Good morning. Good morning to everybody. We are starting the second International KANBAN Congress on documental, company, and industrial documentation. Before we kick off, I would like to make a brief comment. The first and foremost, this table should have been presided over by the Dean, Maria Olivera, but due to a personal issue, she could not attend, so she delegated to me in the Vice Dean, on quality, and she would like to express her apologies. Second, a representative by the Ministry of Industry and Tourism should have been here, but yesterday he said that he couldn't attend, so we will have more time for debates, for conferences, for everything we have to deal with, so we will be very happy in this regard. So without further ado, I am going to give the floor to the organizers and sponsors of this event, and we will start with Miguel Ángel Álvarez, chairman of INCUNA. Good morning, and thank you to everybody. Especially, I would like to thank all the sponsors that are the basis of the second KANBAN Congress on company and company documentation. So INCUNA, which is a company of industrial documentation, and the International Committee for the Conservation of Industrial Patrimonio, and Francesco Antagnoli is with us. We would like to congratulate the organizers and to see that this event is being consolidated at this event that was proposed a couple of years ago with the Fernández Lito Foundation and Complutense University of Madrid. Juan Miguel is here, and the group of documentation and research that is hosted within this School of Documentation of UCM, and together with other institutions, we have been working hard to make this possible, and to make possible company archives that document patrimony, and companies with archives and the companies that have something to say concerning the valuing and preservation of documentation in Spain. All this will help us to move forward to create a network, an international and national network that will be the basis for a sustainable activity in time, sustainable from a technical, from a financial point of view, together with the work we do to preserve the documental patrimony of the Spanish industry and companies, and all this related to the role of the archivist and the professionalization of archivists, and the possibilities to understand the job they do, which is not well known, together with the tasks they carry out to preserve the patrimony, the industrialization, and the documentation. Company archives are part of industrialization. They are parts of our cultural heritage. And in these archives, the financial, economic, social, political memory of a society is preserved. So these are key, very important elements. Qualitative, quantitative information is included there, helping us to understand the most recent historical processes, mainly concerning the industrialization of the last 150 to 100 years. Texts and documents are monuments as well. Texts that are consulted, texts that are admired, and Like other elements of the industrialization heritage, the National Plan of Industrial Heritage, and I am part of the Commission and the follow-up of all this process, we have valued all the landscapes, sets of documents, and historical lines. The memory institutions, like those who preserve documents, play a very important role in the knowledge, understanding, and the visibility of cultures of work, which are a priority. And this is a priority to preserve the document heritage, and company documents are part of this. INCUNAM has been working for years, practically 30 years, have we been working with defense, dissemination, research, and the application of giving elements of industrial heritage a second life at a national and an international level. Since 2000, when a book was published on Asturias, published by archivist Eduardo Núñez, that was the municipal archivist of the City Council of Gijón, he published a book on industrial documents, and the work he did go beyond the regional framework. Unión Fenosa was important for mining and coal in Spain. Arcelor were part of the study. The Think and Now and the former Royal Mine Industry, the archives of other companies such as Emporios or Astilleros Industriales, and many other companies were included in this study. And this book helped us to understand that all the history conserved in this industrial archives have a global scope. So we always have to have a world vision, because from the production of merchandise and the development of capitalism, this global international view has always been important, and this global view is important to us. And Manuel Fernández Lito Foundation, the group of documentation, and the research group that works with industrial heritage in this university would like to work to consolidate this network. We would like to extend what we proposed during the pandemic, meaning national and international working groups, incorporating the main protagonists of this work in order for us to include governance in our job. So we need to involve companies with archives, company archives, public companies, the academia, the university, foundations, trade unions, and also heritage organizations should be involved in this networking and create consistent working groups that not only analyze and research, but also think to act. And as I said before, put value on the role of archivists, to put value on this very important memory sources, because archives are a creative space. It's something from the past that comes in closed packets sometimes. And we, as people who are committed to our past, committed to the dreams, to the illusions, frustration, sacrifice, social fight, committed to all that, we should open up these packages that comes to us very close to provide them with a creative approach so that our past has a future. On behalf of Manuel Fernández Lito Foundation, I give the floor to my colleague. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And thank you First of all, I need to apologize on behalf of Pedro Argüelles, for due to health concerns, he cannot attend this event. This Congress is going to be the Congress of issues. Probably we chose a bad day on the calendar. However, we will be as positive as we can so that we can move forward with this very thrilling proposal that we have. First of all, I would like to thank the university for having us here, for allowing us to share our ideas around this important heritage. As Miguel Angel mentioned, I would like to thank Incuna, and I would like to thank Miguel Angel mainly, the main driver of the conservation of industrial heritage in our country, and I would like to thank them for all the work they do. I would like to thank the CHIE and I, the National Association of Archivists from Italy, and SEDIC, that collaborate with us to organize this event. We opened the second edition of KANBAN, the International Congress on Industrial Documentation Patrimony, with a basic idea. Company and industrial documents are not only repository of documents, but cornerstones of the technological memory of a country. The international landscape, gathered in many studies, show that archives play a very important role concerning different topics in order to preserve rights and to guarantee transparency and responsibility in modern society, as we will see in the program we will be dealing with during this Congress. In other words, industry documents that are well preserved not only tell the story of a brand, of an industry, but the story of people, work, and innovation. In Spain, the development of company archives is rather recent. The starting point was 1982 with the first Congress of Archives of private and economic companies and the creation of the historic archives of the Bank of Spain. Since then, the map has grown, but is still fragmented. Banking, mining, energy, railroad, or private and public companies' archives are part of our contemporary history. However, and this is the main challenge we have to face, we lack a stable model for conservation and management. There is no legal specific framework. Company archives move between commerce, right, data protection, and protection of patrimony. So this leads us to a question: how can we guarantee preservation of the memory? What is the role of public institutions and private initiatives? Together with another challenge, how easy it is for this system to exist, if we can speak about a system. The 2008 crisis gives us an example. Delocalization and digitalization without any kind of archive methodology speak about new ways to preserve and disseminate the industrial document patrimony. Spain needs more than ever to integrate this in its cultural, economic, and memory agenda, because behind each plan, behind each payroll, behind each picture, there is a fragment of the history of the collective identity. So industrial and company archives should be designed together with many actors, as Miguel Angel mentioned: company associations, trade unions, the public administration, and the professionals of archives and the academia that will support this. So it is for us very appropriate to start this second KANBAN edition with a clear objective in mind, to start working together in a roadmap that will come up with a model Spain for the preservation of this important model for our country. Thank you very much. Okay, after these two words taking that are very clarifying, which explain all about this Congress. We in this school, Science of Documentation, we have been working on this always. There is a subject in our master's degree that is called company documentation. And I have seen many papers done on company archives, because studies maybe knew these companies or because they were part of the family running this archive. So we have had many end-of-studies theses on that, and the information they provide us with is magnificent, not only about the industrial history, but the history of the people also working in their companies. The Photodoc Research Group, which is very active in this regard, not only with documentation, but with photographs documentation, which is also very important, have always been important in all this we do. We have just organized an exhibition on the history of this very building. This building was done during the Republic period, with Jiménez de los Ríos created the plan to come up with new lay teaching schools. That was the Joaquín Sorolla Center. So we have all the plans on the restoration and how in 1933 the President of the Republic, the President of the government, and the President of the National Assembly came here to open and inaugurate this building. So we are called School of Documentation, and we work with companies and with many organizations working on that. So we are here to support you all. We are here to collaborate from an archivist or archive point of view. We have some professors here, but we are also committed to the history. So we have been talking about industrialization of the last 200 years. So the first Spanish our documentation history is what Philip II created in Segovia. We have all the documentation on how the pieces came from Germany to Spain to build this building. And so we have a lot of information about that. So we need to go beyond and back in history until the 16th century, the main industrial factory that was created here. When the first mint was created here. And it's great for me to be here, to see familiar faces, people who have been really related to this school, and we are proud to have them all here with us today. And we know that we work to move forward with this topic. So when I saw the program, Archives and Human Rights, for example, when I saw this, I remembered some years ago when we were studying slavery work in German companies during World War II. So maybe you've heard about talking about this, but not in depth. So what I want to say with this is that you need to trace back money. So when you save something, is either because you owe something to someone or because someone owes you. But you need to trace money back, because money traces are always there. And everybody kept this, maybe I think that it's very important for us to talk about all the topics. As I said before, the school is here, and we are very happy to host this Congress and this event. We are always available to you all. I'm sure that everything is going to be a success, and we hope the Dean is going to close the event tomorrow. And with this, we consider the event open. Now, I give the floor. So, and we are going to explain you the program and how the programs will be developed. So, because the representative preservation of the industrial documentation patrimony. So we will make a short break, I'm sorry, so we will wait for 5 minutes for one of the speakers to arrive. So apologies and a 5-minute break. Okay, we are all here, so we'll start. And due to the absence of the representative of the ministry, we'll start with a conversation entitled Searching for a Model to Preserve the Industrial Document Heritage in Spain. To make, let's say, the first step, as we said during the introduction, a collective search for a way ahead of us to make sure that the document heritage is preserved, we said that the first thing we have to do is give professionals of archives the word. So we have representatives by the main professional associations here. Mrs. Cristina Carbonero Herrero is here, the chair of ANABAT. She is the head of Alcobendas Archive, and she is also the chair of the Spanish Association of Professionals of Archives, Libraries, and Documents Center. She has a degree of documentation by the Complutense University of Madrid, and she's worked in different local archives of the region of Madrid, and she is responsible for the delegation of data protection and the implementation of document and electronic management of document policies. So she combines institutional leadership, paying attention to the modernization of service, interoperability, and professional training to preserve and publicly use documents. So thank you, Dr. Cristina, for being here. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me. On her right, we have Blanca Bazaco Palacios, the chair of Spanish archivists in the public function. She's the head of the Service of References and Users Attention in the region of Madrid, and she has a degree on document management in this university. She's been working for different local institutions, and she's also worked in the private sector. She's the secretary of the Archives and Human Rights section of the International Organization of Archivists and members of Archivists Without Frontiers. She has been an expert at the International Court of Human Rights, and she combines public service, human rights, and activism. So good morning, and thank you for being here.
To my right, Natividad Pan Gómez. She represents FESABID, and she coordinates the Historical Archive and Documentation Center of Fondos Foundation. She leads León's headquarters. She has a diploma from the University of León. She trained in different archives in that city. She's been given some grants in the network of university libraries. She now works managing historic funds with teaching in the University of León. And in her line of work, she prioritizes document management as memory of our society. Welcome. Thank you for having me. And let's finish with Rosario Lopaz, the chairwoman of the Spanish Society of Documentation and Scientific Information. She holds a degree in history and political science and sociology. She has developed a career in archive sciences, 15 years as an archivist. She has also experience as a document specialist at the Bank of Spain. She's led projects to design conservation project for the public administrations. She is a consultant in the digitalization of funds, among which Jorge Juan Digital Fund, and as a trainer. She has technical rigor, she's focused on services, and she tries to improve the professional system. Welcome. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Bien, pues gracias a todas.
Well, thank you.
Creo que para entrar en el terreno que vamos a analizar esta mañana,
so in order to tackle our
lo primero
topic
sería
this morning,
expusierais el punto de
first
vista
of
de cada
all,
una
I
de
would
vuestras
like you
organizaciones en
to
torno a la situación de los archivos
give the point of view of your organizations regarding industrial and company archives in our country. We'll start with Rosario, who's sitting the farthest away from me. Well, the association I chair, we're really focused on training. And, well, I've been managing a specific course on strategic management. I think it's the 12th year. The approach of our association is this training program for professionals or archivists that wish to focus on strategic planning of company archives. I think this is my humble opinion, also my association's opinion. There's not a unique model of company heritage. There's document management, given the characteristics of companies, but the model as such does not exist. So that's why this type of conference is very important, to create a model, and I'll finish with this, where we can integrate document management with a comprehensive view, if you could say that, a holistic approach to document governance with the document cycle adapted to each company or association or institution, and then a model that integrates dissemination and accessibility to those funds in terms of movable or real estate assets. With initiatives of all associations, we could create a common ground to face this type of problems, and also we suffer from the lack of regulations in this regard. We don't know what the concept of industrial heritage is, because as Hannah Arendt said, when we try to view it and provide conceptualize or define a concept, then we can analyze. We can have a more integrated view, but the definition does not exist. So regulations at national and regional level, even companies, their bylaws or their plans, they don't have a definition. So I would like to highlight the lack of regulations.
Muchas gracias, Rosario. Quiero animar también al público presente.
I would like to encourage our audience that is here, and I would like to say hi to all of this following through YouTube. I would like to encourage you to take part in the conference if you have any question for our speakers. And I would like to tell the participants here, the speakers, to be agile. Well, this is not a TV show, obviously. We're not going to yell at each other. But if you think that you should interrupt and say something, please go ahead. We really get along. Yeah, I know. I'm going to give the floor to Blanca. Thank you. I'm representing Spanish archivists in public service, so our bias is the administration. We need to push the administration because we understand they have a key role to play. Because companies are regulated by private law, but they're also subject to public law. There are some things that we've been incorporating. Some of them will come up later, but document management has to be here, so the state needs to be present.
Me lanzo a lo bonzo, ¿vale?
And I'm going to be bold. Since we are debating the creation of an archive act at state level, one of the main shortages we have is that we don't have this type of this piece of legislation. We have regional legislation, but not national legislation. We could integrate a definition, as Rosario was mentioned, or some topics. Since I have the floor, I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity because I like the presentation, the introduction. I'm going to add something. Industrial heritage has value beyond memory. It has a value in terms of rights. There are individual rights. Maria Jesus López will be speaking about this, the Archive of Galerías Preciados, which is guarded at the regional archive where we work. I'm in the reference service and will receive queries from people that have worked for Galerías Preciados. The company didn't pay the social security contributions, now they're retiring, and they need this grey slip that we all hate to write because you can barely read it, it's ugly. And thanks to that, this person managed to receive their full pension. So it has legal value, and we need to insist on this. The actions carried out by companies have consequences on people, individually and collectively. May I? When I was working in CEPI, many workers that had worked for public companies that then were liquidated, transferred, privatized, they requested this piece of paper to justify the fact that they had been working there. So, just to build on what you were saying, let's continue with Cristina Carbonero. And about position. Good morning. I had some sort of introduction, and if we have time, I'm going to do it. We'll really thank the Secretary of State for being absent. I don't know if you can hear me. Anabat is honored to take part in this panel, and as chairwoman of Anabat, the Spanish Federation of Associations of Archivists, document specialists, museum specialists, and others. In our association, we try to highlight the role of all these professionals. I would like to thank this school, and I'm particularly attached to it because I studied here when it was the School of Library and Documentation Science a while ago, and I would like to thank Manuel Fernández Lite Foundation, Uría, Roberto, all of you for being in touch with us since May, I think it was, when this conference was put together. Today we're going to speak about something which has always been in the periphery, but it's becoming more important, the preservation of industrial and company document heritage. A heritage that shows the economic and technological development of a country, but also people, territory, social transformation, memories that have gone hand in hand with the industrialization process, and as Rosario and Blanca said, the legal value of that documentation, which is so important. The diagnosis of our current situation. Well, in Spain, industrial document heritage is in a vulnerable situation. It's quite precarious. I prefer to use the word vulnerability. Many archives have disappeared or are at risk of disappearing. I think today we have our colleague, Vanessa from SNIACE. She's going to explain how this heritage was salvaged little by little. Many archives are disappearing we don't have specific regulations. At least within the National Archive Act, there could be a part particularly devoted to industrial archives. There's no awareness about the cultural value. There are no public policies that are coordinated. They've contributed to the situation of fragility and vulnerability. And it's also dispersed or scattered in private hands without archive criteria and very often without public access. There's been an accelerated digitalization without following the interoperability national scheme, without metadata, which are critical to recover electronic documents. However, there are inspiring examples, historic archives of companies that decided to preserve their legacy. I would like to refer to the Conference of Municipal Archivists in Cantabria. They were very inspiring in terms of industrial heritage. Eduardo, from the Municipal Archive of Valladolid, talked about Renault, how they preserved the heritage within the Municipal Archive. This is a successful case. Sometimes, fortunately, we have different situations. So proposals of models to preserve these archives in Anabat. We propose to move forward towards a collaboration model. In every event where I participate with other associations and federations, I always say the same thing. We need to move towards a collaboration model to request things. We cannot work in silos. We need to work together and request that perhaps out of 20 things that we have, we only get 5. Well, that's great, 5. We'll continue to knock on the door next year. And these models should be based on institutional recognition of industrial document heritage as part of the Spanish cultural heritage. It's part of the Spanish cultural heritage. Integration into the Spanish archive system. Why aren't they included? The application of the national interoperability system in digitalized documents. Very few private companies are familiar with this scheme. We need to explain this to them, because otherwise these digital documents will be lost. In the future, these documents won't be able to be recovered in any computer processor or whatever machine they come up with in the future. Combination with other archives, as we do in municipal level. We have the provincial archives also, collaboration agreements across administrations, companies, professional associations. I'm here to be tough on all of us, to foster research, training, and preservation. On paper, we speak about preservation, but in digital, we also have preservation. We need to let companies know. What about the role of ANABAD? As a federation, ANABAD has a commitment to give specialized training in industrial document management. We're thinking about courses to offer in 2026. This is very complicated, you all know. It's really complicated in terms of teachers, trainers, professors, and students. But we need to work on this, because there's a future for this, and our future lies within industrial archives too. Agreements with companies and industrial entities, fostering projects for digital preservation. As archivists, we're not opposed to digitalization, but it has to be digitalization with the national interoperability scheme to have guarantees of preservation. Taking part in international networks to share experiences, why not? And best practices with other countries regarding industrial archives. We think that the industrial heritage shouldn't be an appendix, but a key part of our national archive policy, and I think I'll stop here. You and all of us, because you've said everything.
Bien, queda terminado el coloquio.
Well, this is the end of the debate.
Damos la palabra. Muchas gracias, Cristina.
Thank you,
Damos la palabra a
Cristina. We're going to give the
continuación a
floor to Natividad.
Gracias. Bueno, como creo que hay bastante más tiempo del previsto, yo también me voy a enrollar un poquito. En primer lugar, quería dar las gracias
First of all, I would like to
por haberme
thank
invitado
you
a este congreso. Para mí
for
es una experiencia
having me.
totalmente nueva,
This is a completely new experience
nosotros somos un archivo
because
histórico
we
que
are
tiene unos fondos muy
historic
interesantes,
archive
fondos
with interesting
podrían decirse de empresa,
funds.
pero son fondos bancarios. También
They
tenemos el
belong
Fondo
to
de la Real Sociedad
banks,
Económica Amigos del País de León, que también
also the
funciona de
Royal
manera muy
Economic
similar.
Society of Friends of the Country
Y
of
por otro
León,
lado, porque vengo en
which works in a similar
representación
way.
del
And I
CESAVID, de la
also
Federación, pero también
represent
de
CESAVID,
ACAL,
the
de la Asociación de
Federation, but
Archiveros
also
de Castilla y
ACAL, the
León,
Association of
de
Archivists
manera
of
que yo
Castilla
vengo
y
aquí,
León.
soy una especie de
So
coctelera
I'm
y
some
vengo con
sort of
diversos
cocktail
perfiles y me
with
siento
different
muy identificada
profile.
con
And I
muchas de
feel
las reflexiones y de las ideas que han lanzado
reflected
mis
or
compañeras,
identified with many
a
of
las
the
cuales también
ideas
agradezco muchísimo
presented by my
su
colleagues.
presencia, porque además
I'd
algo
like
que
to thank them
creo que es muy
for
interesante
being
de estos
here
congresos son las
today,
sinergias, los
because I think there's
contactos,
something very interesting in this
las tormentas
conference,
de
which is
ideas,
synergies,
y
contacts,
yo
brainstorming,
particularmente creo que voy a aprender
and in
muchísimo de
particular,
vosotras hoy.
I think I'm going to learn a lot
Entonces,
from you today.
Bueno, creo que el marco de este congreso
I
es
think
estupendo. Quería
the
aprovechar
framework of
también
this
para
conference is
agradecer a
great.
toda la
I would like
organización
to
y
thank
en
the
particular también a
organizers, and
Roberto,
in
que
particular
anda por ahí,
Roberto, who's back
por haberse
there,
puesto en contacto conmigo y
because he
haberme facilitado
contacted
todo.
me and
Bueno,
made
pues
things
como
very
decía,
easy.
por parte de
As I
la
was saying,
asociación, de la experiencia que tengo en la asociación y también en la federación,
based on my experience in the
pues
Federation and the
lógicamente
Association,
coincido plenamente con
I fully
esa
agree
sensación de abandono,
with
de
this feeling
vulnerabilidad,
of
de falta de
abandonment,
marco, pero sobre todo yo
vulnerability,
creo que lo
lack
más
of
importante es
framework, but more
la
importantly,
colaboración.
collaborations.
Y la colaboración no solo a nivel institucional, sino
Not
a
just at
un nivel mucho más
institutional
inferior,
level,
que al final
but
somos los
below
umpalumpas, los
this,
que
we
hacemos
are some sort of
funcionar
Oompa Loompas and
los
we
archivos.
make archives work.
He tenido la suerte de venir aquí a esta facultad acompañada
I've been here.
de Vanessa y de Miguel Ángel.
I've come
Me venían
here with
contando
Vanessa and Miguel
sus
Ángel,
experiencias
and they were
y
sharing their
no
experiences
sé
with
si
me.
pensar ya que es algo nostálgico en lugar de
I
algo
don't know if
triste,
it's
pero es verdad que
nostalgia
en
or
todos
sadness,
los
but
congresos,
it's true that in
jornadas
all
y actividades y
conferences,
actos que hacemos
workshops, events that we have
para los archivos,
for
tenemos
the
siempre la misma
archives,
sensación,
we
¿no?
always have the same feeling.
Pero lo mejor de todo, que creo que es que no perdemos la esperanza, es que
But we
tenemos
never
una
lose
profesión muy
hope.
vocacional,
We have a very vocational
mucha pasión, le ponemos muchas ganas y
profession.
yo creo
We're
que
passionate
esa mezcla
about what we
de
do,
sentimientos es la que salva la
and
mayor
I
parte de las
think
situaciones.
this is
Entonces,
what saves
volviendo
most of the
al tema de la
situation.
colaboración, creo que es muy necesario y cada vez más
I
que a
think
nivel
it's
asociación y a nivel
more
federación
necessary than ever that
los
association and
archiveros estemos
federation
muy
level
presentes
archivists are
para
really
compartir nuestras
present to
soluciones,
share
para
our
compartir nuestras propuestas
solutions, our
y para hacer
proposals,
algo que creo que es una
and to do
fórmula muy
something
interesante,
which is a
aunque
very
considero que
interesting
requiere y
thing,
absorbe bastante tiempo y
but
trabajo, que
it's
son los
time
grupos de
consuming,
trabajo.
which is working groups.
Los grupos de trabajo funcionan muy bien precisamente
Working
para poner sobre
groups
la mesa
are great
las
to
particularidades, los retos y los
put
problemas que tenemos
challenges
cada
and
uno
issues on the
en
table, the
nuestros
challenges and
archivos.
issues that we
Intentar
each
buscar
face in our
soluciones
archives
para
and
que
try
luego
to find
esto funcione,
solutions so
tenga
that
peso,
this works.
se puedan hacer formularios, se puedan hacer cuestionarios, se
And
puedan
we can
hacer
have
pues,
forms
declaración
or
de intenciones que pueda
questionnaires,
escalar y que
declarations of
pueda llegar más
intentions
allá
that
de esas
could be
asociaciones y de esas
escalated so that
federaciones
they reach beyond the
y que pueda tener
associations and
respuesta a
federations
nivel de
so that they can
administración, a nivel
receive
de Estado,
an answer
pero
from the
sin perder también
administration, the
pues, lo que decíamos
state,
antes, ¿no? El marco privado.
without
Entonces
forgetting
yo
about
creo
the
que el
private
tema de
framework.
la colaboración es
So I
fundamental.
think collaboration is
También me
key.
gustaría hacer un guiño
I would
a un
also
tema que ha
like
puesto sobre la
to
mesa
refer
Cristina,
to something that Cristina put on the
que es tirón de
table,
orejas. Yo no me doy por aludida
which
porque
is
creo que lo hacemos
which
bastante
was
bien, aunque tenemos mucho que
scolding
aprender.
people.
Que
I
es cómo
don't think
gestionamos
this is for
muchas
me because
veces las
we do a great
instituciones
work.
privadas,
And this is
este
how
tipo de
private
conjuntos documentales, este
institutions
patrimonio documental
manage
industrial y
in
empresarial.
the industrial
Y es
and
verdad
company
que
document
creo que
heritage.
luego esto también irá en la línea de algunas otras preguntas o
And I
incluso
think there will be
podríamos sacarlo ya
questions related to
en
this.
conversación, que es el tema del soporte the support we have, the help we receive from public institutions. I'm going to refer to our particular situations. In our collections, we are very lucky because we're really autonomous. Because fortunately, we are a foundation that was created by corporate social responsibility of a bank that doesn't exist anymore. It was called Caja España Suero. This action was created, and when the bank disappeared, the foundation started to work on its own. We're lucky because within our heritage, not just art and document heritage, we have real estate heritage, which provides us with funds, with money. And we have Montecredit, which is a amount of piety, and this source of money helps us carry out many of our actions. In case you don't know, the Casa Botines Museum in León is managed by our foundation. And in 2026, if the panelists allow me, it's the 100th anniversary of the decease of this architect, so we're going to renovate the whole museum. And together with Comillas University, we're going to lead the non-Catalan Gaudi heritage. We work together with them, also with the Archbishop Palace in Astorga. We're lucky to have a amount of piety that supports us. If it wasn't for that, in these 10 years of work in our foundation, from an artistic perspective, but also regarding documents, well, we have a huge potential as a bank archive, but we have the collections of the Royal Society of Friends of the Country of León. They created the bank of the amount of piety back then. We are the heirs of this period to promote teaching, economy, and industry. And I loved when I was invited to come here. My director called me immediately. He said, do we have something industrial in our archive? I said, yes. We have a big section within the Royal Society, which is wonderful, related to industry. Industry at the beginning of the 19th century, which are the industrial dispositions. I think it's a very interesting collection. It's a very interesting point of view of our industrial heritage, because this is not the companies creating their products or factories. This was an institution that helped companies that were not that big. This was a regional level. They were smaller, but they helped craftsmen. The patent of Melitón, the Spanish locomotive, was defended by the Royal Society. The class of crafts was created, and it disseminated many products outside of the region, different machines that were not known in the rest of Spain. So we have an interesting industrial perspective. As Rosario said at the beginning, we have management but not a model. And we're lucky because when companies generate the documents, it's orderly generated. And now we need to defend it as heritage, because that's what it is, and we need to disseminate. I'm going to insist over and over about disseminating, because disseminating, organizing is important, digitalization is critical. Cristina said, well, they digitalize, but the metadata, they don't have metadata. We need to improve a lot. We're making a huge effort. Sometimes we need more help, more support, but I think what we need most is, this: fora, collaboration, This is a great way to move forward because many people forget about it when many of us take note of what people say in this fora and we go back home really thrilled, and on Monday we'll try to apply all of this. And this saves us very often, and we manage to survive thanks to this effort, this passion. And I'm digressing. I don't know if the point of view of my federation and association is clear, but in particular the foundation. This is what I wanted to say, that we are in private hands, but we're managing things the best we can, but clearly we need a lot of help. In the 10 years the foundation has been up and running, we've received very little help, very little. And I'm going to get ahead of Uria. Please think about finishing. I'm going to say something that's very important regarding aid or help. When a project is submitted to receive subsidy, well, sometimes projects are smaller, but others, they require years of work. It doesn't make sense for me to receive money for the first year and nothing for the remaining years. We need continuation. Perhaps it can't be the same amount of money. Maybe you need to reword things, how you can talk to the ministry to get the subsidy again. But very often without subsidy you cannot move forward. Because you really need to finish. Because many archives have very few members of staff. We're on our own. Many archives just have one person. We use interns, Vanessa understands me. So if we don't receive help, if we prioritize the project, well, you prioritize, obviously, because your institution needs you to move forward. And because in private archives, and I guess it's the same situation for public archives, if we don't do dissemination work, we don't exist. And this is it from me. Thank you. Thank you, Natividad. Before moving forward, I think someone requested the floor. Well, congratulations to your foundation. Having those funds, that financing is great. I think you're just a drop in the ocean, because in public administrations, we're in dire straits, we lack people, money. Well, digitalization is another topic. It's great. There were aids at European level regarding digitalization. If there's no previous management and archive treatment, it's useless. It's like feeding warehouses full of things. So the previous work lacks. And from a staff perspective, it's great that your foundation, even though you're not enough people, they've seen this need. But our main fight is that all companies added an archive and document management position right from the beginning in their structure with cross-cutting capabilities so that they can go to the accounting department to talk to them. And the law forces us to do this very often, not the Archive Act, with regards to taxes, etc. So this is what I wanted to say.
So, Urias, if you allow me, I would like to make a reflection on what I said before, meaning defining what industrial heritage is. This definition goes beyond. We need a repository and a registry of industrial goods, for example. The other day, I was in Castile and Leon at a little village, and I found out that the railroad archive of a small town disappeared. So, if we say here, please raise your hand if you consider that a railroad station, even small town from the 19th century, was destroyed just like that. Do you consider a railroad station as industrial heritage? Yes. So this is a danger, and because no one from the regional government asked if the station could have been demolished. So this registry of industrial goods at the state level, at a regional level, at a municipal level is the first thing we need. Otherwise, we are making stations like that, train stations like that, or factories like those. We can find any kind of industrial property without any kind of regulation, without any kind of approval, could be destroyed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A ver, yo creo que el problema que estamos afrontando realmente es un
I think
problema
the issue we are facing here requires a previous step. The lack of general culture among the population on the importance of archives that dates back long ago, and this is inherited by the dictatorship system, and the democracy was not able to generate this culture among the people. A lot of people surprises around me and said, can I go on the National Archive or the Regional Archive to consult things? So these are main structures for us, but they are really opaque among population. A lot of people don't know nothing about that. And like you said, working in collaboration with the organization proves that together we might achieve many things, like the attacks received by the political structures in many occasions. And I'm going to talk about the Regional Archive of Madrid that wanted to be colonized as a building for other uses by the regional administration because we had a lot of space. But they didn't understand what the space was devoted to. So working together is a model to follow. You put on the table many questions, especially Cristina. I think on the basis of that, we can move forward. Now, I would like to ask you two questions now. First question, when we, in the foundation, when we reflect, when we have time to do that, we reflect on how we can work in this regard, and we said the Ministry of Culture has a mission, and that's why they were invited. They didn't respond, and also the Ministry of Industry, but they are not here. But I think the Labor Ministry should be included here. As Blanca mentioned, we need the figure of an archivist because the law says that a risk prevention position should be there, always enforced. Also, that archivist figure should be enforced and included by the law. Oh, yes, of course. I think working with the industry is more interesting than working with culture. As Natividad mentioned, in terms of dissemination, and as what you were saying, Aurea, disseminating a culture saying this is our right, nobody is giving us this for free, so this is our right as a society. But from a company point of view, we can campaign as well. I'm not talking about publicity campaign, but launch a campaign to create this basic culture, as Aurea was saying, about good management of company. If you have good document management, it's going to be very useful. If a trial will be done against you, so you can use this to say who said what and where. So on the one hand, this is going to be beneficial for the company, but this is also going to be beneficial for society as a whole, at large. So there's a great work to do. I was listening to Miguel Angel during the introduction and talking about social groups like trade unions, etc., that are part of this tissue. I have also worked with the many hats we all wear here, so we've been working also with them, with social groups, let's say. What I perceive is that they mistrust the administration. The administration should be there to support us, but sometimes we see it as a threat when we say, why are they here for? What I'm going to say has completely unrelated, but it's very important for what I'm going to say. So the archive the 15th of March, and they were collecting information about this camping on the middle of the city, and we wanted to support them, and they didn't want to be supported. So we are the government. A lot of people say to me, you work for the president of the region. I don't work for the president of the region. I work for the public. I work for the administration. So I am the representative of this association, and I always say, of course, the administration is there to support, to train, to collaborate. It's all good. There's goodwill, but many people have no idea. I have heard the CEO of Telefónica, for example, or those responsible for the legal department. They know about documents, and I said, I want the archive to be as Google. So this is what we have to endure, all archivists. So the archives is not Google. The archives is something different. I just wanted to highlight something. Document management as a pillar of open government. So it's an open exercise of transparency. And it's also a very important tool to be transparent. So this transparency tool, as Blanca mentioned, with this cross-cutting feature going through all the departments of an organization, and with the tool that we have in archives, classifications, preservations, evaluation tables, etc. If we disseminate this kind of tools, and if we call them a transparency tool to achieve what? To exercise the right of information of the citizens. But not only that, and not only in public and private archives, also in private company archives, because the top management believe that archives are part of a secretary that is witty, organizing the document, or that the archives belong to someone who is part of the admin work the company does. So public management as a pillar of transparency and also as part of a basic right of information to citizenship. I want to add two brief comments related to what Blanca mentioned, to create workers' memory, which is key. We were talking about trade unions, so creating this workers' memory is key, is a cornerstone. It's not HR, it's beyond HR. We need to build the narrative of a company through all the documentation that was created and the history. Not only are we talking about figures and products, but people, which make company work. So we need to have tools to legally defend you, which is extremely important. And I think just to answer to the question, second question you were asking, Aurea, is awareness raising through dissemination. I personally think that this is our important battle field. This is what we need to fight for in terms of documents. So it's not only that people can ask you, can I visit the archive? Not only that. Because we are a foundation, we use our jewels, the archive, the museum, and our own dissemination channel called Canal Saber. And every time there's an institution approaching us, every time an institution comes on to visit, or when an association comes on to visit, or when the politicians come to visit, what do? We are, of course, independent and autonomous, but we sign contracts and agreements, and also we use third-party cultural agency to continue managing what we are. We take them to the archives for them to see our huge potential, and many times they don't know what it is about. They don't know what we do, especially those working in an archive. They don't know what we do, which means that we need to continue assisting and awareness raising and dissemination. The problem is that often companies, as we said, should have this archivist that doesn't exist. But when this is part of the historical heritage managed by an association working to disseminate, the people working for the dissemination of all these documents are sometimes face sometimes that predicament to have to choose what is the priority: to manage a fund that was practically lost. If we don't transfer them, we are going to not having, or am I going to create an exhibition of the 1867 industry heritage? Am I going to be part of a summer course? And we only have one brain, two hands, and we cannot do all these things I was mentioning. So I think it is important for us to understand, for people to understand, that this awareness-raising exercise through dissemination is necessary, but it's not as efficient as needed, because we cannot give it all the energy, not because we don't want it, but because our mental health is involved as well. I think, Cristina, you wanted to add something? No, I'm fine. So let's continue with another question. Which would be the optimal preservation model? Companies under public surveillance, sectoral archives, or a reference state system? Well, I'll be brief. Anabasa has a mixed, flexible model. Public supervision, combining public supervision. Not all companies have the possibility to hire someone. That would be great for companies to hire document archivist and among the staff, but not companies can do that. Not all the public administration, local administration have an archivist. So for a private company, that would be even more difficult. So the mixed flexible system that we have model should include public supervision to make sure that archive criteria to access and disseminations are followed, as Natividad was mentioning. And so we need to reach to a ministry level and come up with the television ad. Why not? The health ministry puts ads on air. Why not the archive? So people come to a municipal archive and people say, oh, can I visit the National Archive? And Spain is one of the main countries in terms of document heritage. So we receive researchers from Australia, for example, to research the India's research archive, or the National Archive, or the Simancas Archive. So as you can see, researchers from throughout the world come and visit our archives, and many people don't know our own archives, so we need to insist on that. Having said this, in terms of dissemination and awareness raising, we can organize another Congress. So sectoral archives and surveillance, and also a national reference system to preserve in the long run with specific archives criteria that could be there to support people when they call. We call our region for support and we say, for example, oh, I have a great number of documents, I don't know what to do. And they said, don't worry, I can send you an archivist or a document manager to help you start and to make the first step to create an industrial or company archive that will be well managed and well preserved. So this mixed flexible model could adapt to the different realities in Spain without losing consistency and quality. That quality that is which defines us as archivists or document managers, whatever the name is, but we are defined by quality and we need to ensure quality all the time. Thank you. I just wanted to make one comment on the ANABA's proposals. Many times companies cannot deal with that, but I would like to change this approach. If you're a small company, of course, you're not going to have a document archive because we are talking about small bakery. But if you're Repsol, a huge oil company, you can. So going back to the beginning, they are not aware of how beneficial this is for the entire organization, for them to defend themselves up in front of the public. So there's more awareness about what companies can and cannot do. There's always an archive to support this, and the administration has to be there, undoubtedly, creating surveillance institution could be a very good idea. But as Cristina mentioned, unfortunately, in the administration, we see that we should be the first one to do that. There can be a municipal archive in a town with more than 100,000 inhabitants. We can do that, but we have to do that. But this is part of our constant grieving, but we need to push forward in the same line and work and push forward all together. I agree with you, with Cristina and Blanca, about this kind of model, but in our association we believe that we need a model. You name it, but we need to have a model, either mixed or public or foundation, whatever the structure. But we need a model. Otherwise, we will insist in searching a model and nothing will be done if we only concentrate on finding a model. And then on the other hand, and you know this very well, we need to create an observatory where citizens can denounce the attempts against the heritage, because we were interested, very interested in that. And lastly, I'm working with a very important businessman who bought one Jorge Juan collection, and he realized that this, the document heritage of this very important scholar is very important, so he bet for buying it. So many companies in Spain, a great number of companies in Spain don't have the money to buy these collections, but a lot of companies do have the money to buy it. So this is when awareness raising is important. Archives are important. The industrial archives require for a very decent, dignified place in the organizational chart of a company, and archives should be easy to access, and archives should be part of a legislation that integrates everything and all these kinds of concepts. Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to know your opinion about the protocols of action that should be activated when a company is closed or liquidated to make sure the historical archives are preserved to avoid the case of Uñace, that the preservation of archives depends on the goodwill of people, or when we got there, a great company, construction company of our company, destroyed everything that was related to the construction of Valle de los Caídos. So what kind of protocol should be implemented, and who should be the leader? A state public authority, or a regional authority, or a local authority should be the leader of that? Linked to the model proposal, Blanca and Rosario mentioned mentioned this as well, as we did. To avoid this kind of things, supervision should be also mixed. And I believe that we cannot wait until a crisis to take precautionary measures. This should be done before, when the organization is up and running. So concrete legislation is required for this kind of actions and situations. And also, apart from a protocol, we need inventories that don't happen, that don't exist in many cases. And I don't know if this is part of the protocol of this should be as individual activity. Again, is awareness raising. This kind of situation happen because there is no awareness or because there is no conscience about that. Blanca, you set the example of Repsol. The other day, I got a video on TikTok, which is bad for some things, but very good for other things. And without social media, I had never discovered that Prada has a wonderful archive of all its models of purses and shoes, at least. And they have archive, and instead of opening up and find old archives or parchments and files, etc., as this is what we do, they have a wonderful archives of their purses and shoes. So this is important for fashion, but this is also very important for history and society. So this awareness-raising exercise, as the one that Repsol does, a company that is well known with a long track record, very important. So they have to do this now, not when things will turn bad. So apart from establishing a legislative framework, we need to come up with plans. When the liquidation of a company will happen, or we're shutting down of companies, so an inventory is important. And we need to be fully aware of that before bad things happen. I'm sorry, but the person speaking has no mic now. But, so the mic is important for the people here, but also for the people on streaming. My name is Alberto Velasco. I'm one of the members of the University Complutense Foundation, and I'm going to talk about the National Archaeological Museum. I'm a member of the sponsorship department of the Association of Friends of the Museum. I'm going to talk about a specific case, I'm sorry, and I'm going to talk about the regional archive of the Community of Madrid, the region of Madrid. Cristina talked about a collaborative model and also dissemination. I'm going to talk about the two things, a collaborative model and dissemination. First, dissemination. The National Archaeological Museum has little documentation about films, but film was found in 1964 when Martín Almagro and the rest of archaeologists were invited by the Republic of Egypt, that was not called Egypt at the time, to safeguard the Aswan Dam with all the problems of the museums, and 50% of the pieces that were rescued, we were given, as a result of that, the temple. So that was the idea. So a film shot in 1964 called 40 Centuries Contemplate Us. There was a copy of in the film archive, so you know the vinegar problem with the movie that was completely destroyed, and the second copy in the National Archaeological Museum. There's Association of Friends of the National Museum, and a member of the board report, we managed, with the micro sponsorship, to collect funds, not the total funds that were needed, but we managed to remaster the movie on November the 8th. The film will be publicly shown, 1 hour, 15 minutes, a film that was practically completely destroyed, but in a very precarious condition was the film, and thanks to the collaboration and the dissemination, we achieved the film to be restored by a company, of course, and the museum contacted this company for the restoration, and we were able to do that. And Blanca, you mentioned documentalist experts. Apart from these functions, long time ago, I was the person who achieved the Mau San Miguel Museum in the National Archive. We had a documentalist, Alejandro Sanchez. For 2 years, he started as an intern when I was responsible for institutional relations of the archive. And thanks to that, last year, the Almaiso Fund, the great photographer Alfredo Mau y Solana managed to get this fund with a document expert among the staff members, and he works 40 hours to work exclusively on that. He was not able to attend because he's in Zaragoza for dissemination and present the work they do. So I wanted to give you this example because this is a very important example. So the Friends of the National Museum, and I want to invite you all to the screening of the movie, November 8th. So it's free. You can go and see this movie shot in 1964 and how was the work of Martín Almagro and the rest of archaeologists to save these pieces and these important places in Egypt that were preserved after the Aswan Dam was built. So thank you for the example, Miguel Ángel. Could you please pass over the mic to this other person in the audience? I think everything you mentioned and all the proposals are extremely interesting, and all the ideas presented by the round table. But I'm a little bit concerned, however. That's why I take the floor to say something about industrial heritage, the conceptualization and its definition. Sometimes we use terms, we use words that might have a different meaning depending on the person, depending on the context that we use them, and depending on our own professional activities. So the concern is there is a national plan of industrial management, industrial document management, which is enforced since 2020 as a consultative body. And there is a definition about what is industrial heritage, and we understand as industrial heritage, and I'm in the plural because I'm part of a group working on that. So we are trying to enrich this heritage with new ideas to adapt it to current characteristics. After an universalization process of a heritage that was forgotten, a heritage that was emerging, a heritage that is incorporated in many legislation of countries from all the continents, and the list of UNESCO heritage moved from the main good in Beliska salt mines near Auschwitz in 1978, I think, and now there's more than 100 landscapes or sites that are part of the World Heritage. In Spain, we have two. the Vizcaya Bridge in Portugalete and the mining Almaren site of mercury. So I'm talking about the industrial heritage because apart from the definition that tries to apply in Spain, the Mitmitagel chart, when the International Committee for the Preservation of Industrial Heritage proposes this, then this chart with the agreements of Dublin and Paris and with the Commerce and the Tiki are used as criteria. So this is when we talk about industrialization, heritage, which is all debatable. So before we said 200 years, and industrial heritage is considered as the chain production of goods started, and the use of raw material in production sites to produce merchandise, chain produce merchandise that will transported throughout the world. This is related to the development of the industry and the commercial activities, the development of the workers' movement and social fight, etc., until actuality. But in this industrial heritage regulation, we have an item saying, talking about properties and 4 different kind of fixed assets, and also industrial networks, memory networks as well, and then 4 kinds of other goods, accessories, furnitures, and archives composed by written documents or iconographic industrial items, and then this regulation talk about inclusion of other kinds of elements. So we have a certain concern due to the vulnerability and the mass destruction of some items, talking about the production current system, the destruction of part of the individual and collective memory that is hosted in this documental heritage of companies, etc. So this is really concerning.
But our main concern is that very often we act like parallel lines. They're never going to meet. We're next to each other, and all of a sudden we learn something new. I'm learning tons of things here, but we need to create networks. We need to have forums such as this one, and these committees that we have for the National Plan of Industrial Heritage. They have committees that are large, and we should ask representatives from your professional. This is people who are on the ground working with document heritage, and very often we are oblivious to this. I'm not going to speak longer because there are going to be talks about this. We're going to see very interesting things. We are preparing a census with companies older than 100 years old in Spain. And there are other initiatives that are there. They are there. It's our heritage. It's an industrial heritage that very often does not belong to the past. It's present. We walk past it every day and we don't appreciate it enough. That's why there's no social appreciation for that. That's why we need action protocols. The other day we were in Madrid. There was a conference on the situation of chattel heritage in Spain, the need to establish action protocols when there are natural disasters, for preservers, for companies, and the need for a new historic heritage act, which dates from our current one from 1985. And they've announced that they're going to issue a new piece of legislation, and this is a need. And I understand why regions will move forward faster than the state. But this new piece of legislation needs to include all of these things that we've mentioned. Industrial memory is the memory of our contemporary age. We need to preserve it. We need to preserve it for future generations. Because every day that goes by, we're wasting time, a time that's critical to preserve oral heritage and written documents, which is being attacked. We need to coordinate networks. We need to add document experts at the different monitoring committees that we have for the different plans. Thank you, Miguel Ángel.
Por comentar las
Blanca, you have
intervenciones muy
the floor.
interesantes que además el asilo, por un lado,
Both comments were very
que yo todo el rato he pensado, que
interesting.
es lo del censo. O
You've
sea, hacer un
mentioned a
censo ni siquiera con
census.
inventario. ¿Qué más da? O sea, es
Not even with an
¿qué
inventory.
empresas hay? Está muy bien empezar por las
It's
centenarias,
great to
efectivamente,
start
porque
with
es las que más
100-year-old
riesgo, las que más
companies
patrimonio documental
because they
tendrán,
have
de que
more
más riesgo.
document heritage
Mi pregunta
and
es,
therefore higher
ese
risk.
censo, ¿quién
My
lo
question
paga?
is, who pays for that census?
Eso es una iniciativa del Instituto del Patrimonio Cultural de
This
España.
is an initiative
el año
by
2014,
the
2010,
Spanish Institute of
Se hizo un estudio
Historic
poco conocido
Heritage.
que era el estado de la cuestión, es decir,
They
aquellos
did a study
bienes
which is not well
que
known about the
están protegidos con algún nivel
situation.
de protección. Hay tres
Those
niveles básicos, el mayor, bien de interés
items or
cultural,
elements that
el nivel de
are
inventarios
protected
y
with
el nivel de catálogos
different
urbanístico, que es el eslabón más débil.
degrees of
Que eso fue una
protection. We
decisión,
have
como estamos viendo
three.
día a día, digamos, cambia de un momento a otro.
This
Pero ya hay
changes
trabajos
overnight,
en
as
ese
we all
sentido, lo
know.
que pasa que tienen que
But
ser
some
actualizados
works have
y
been
sobre
carried
todo
out in this sense,
una
but they
cuestión que
need
estáis
to be
poniendo de
updated.
manifiesto que es importantísima,
And there's something very
que sean
important.
accesibles, que sean
They need to
conocedores,
be
que se
accessible,
difundan, se
they need
divulguen
to be
y que haya
known.
sobre todo
We need
un
dissemination.
elemento con los instrumentos que hay ahora de
And
digitalización
with our current
de
instruments of
visualización de todos estos trabajos,
digitalization and
para
visualization,
mejorarlos, para cuestionarlos,
they
para
should be
incorporar cosas, pero que
improved,
haya
challenged,
una
things need
herramienta en
to
la cual
be
sean
added.
conocedores todos estos aspectos que si estamos en una red determinada los
If we
podemos
are in a
conocer,
particular network, we may be
tienen que ser
familiar with
accesibles a
some
todo
of
el
them,
mundo,
but
¿no? Porque
they
pertenecen a todos.
need to be
y estamos
accessible
implicados
to
todos
one
en
because
ello.
they belong to everyone.
Muchas
We're all
gracias.
involved.
Rosario y luego Cristina.
No.
Bueno, espera, que no habías terminado.
No había
perdona.
terminado, pero solo...
Sorry, I didn't finish.
Solo era unirlo, o
I
sea, un
wanted
poco,
to
porque
link this,
son iniciativas.
well,
Luego
a little
con,
bit.
con la persona que ha
I
intervenido
would
también del
to
GES,
link
de la
this
Asociación
to
de
the
Amigos del
previous
Museo de tal.
comment
Creo
from
que
the
esas asociaciones
Association of
hacen
Friends of
una labor
One Museum.
increíble.
I think
que hay
these
que poner en valor.
associations
Nuestras
do a
profesionales
great
también.
job,
Creo que
and we need to
llegan,
highlight
las
that.
voluntades de la
Our
administración
professional
no llegan porque no
associations
somos
do great
capaces de
work
coordinarnos
too.
entre Estado, autonomías,
Very often
municipios,
we
empresas
reach
privadas.
where the administration doesn't because
Pero
there are
es
so
que
many
el
levels of
Estado,
administration that it's
no,
difficult
la
to
administración
coordinate
tiene que estar,
everything.
la
The
administración tiene
administration
que estar.
has to
Entonces,
be
cultura
there.
tiene que estar, pero trabajo, de la
Culture
misma
has to be
manera
there,
que no
but
se
so does
declara
labor.
una empresa en bancarrota y cierra la llave y se va,
The
sino que tiene
same
que hacer
way
una serie de
a
cosas que le
company
obliga la
cannot
ley.
just
Pues
for
incluir ahí
file
también
for
esto,
bankruptcy,
incluir esto.
lock the
Porque
door
luego
and
todo
leave. There are some things that need to
contaba
be
él de Mau, efectivamente es
done.
así, es
With,
un convenio
when it
con una
comes
serie
to
de
documents, there are
circunstancias,
things to be done
pero no
too.
puede partir como todo
He's
rato de la
mentioned
buena
the
voluntad.
situation of
O
Mr.
sea, tiene que
Mao.
haber
There was a
alguien ahí
convention,
empujando.
but we cannot depend on goodwill. There needs to be something pushing forward. I would like to thank you for your participation, and I fully agree with Blanca. The state needs to be there, needs to be present. Culture, labor, ministries, so that this census, with all the industrial heritage items that have been defined in the regulations, once the general public knows about this heritage, the administration has to be supporting this census, but also company archives
belonging to strong companies, because you cannot ask SMEs to do this. But big, large companies, foundations, we could ask them to invest in this type of census, but this census should be in one repository or portal so that people could access it. And I fully agree with you. If we lose our memory, worker memory, people's memory, we are sentenced to make the same mistakes again, and that's something we cannot afford. Thank you. I'm sorry, comments made off mic. The interpreters cannot hear them.
Ergo se puede.
And therefore we can. Mao is an example of best practice. When people say, we can't, well, we can.
Claro. Por eso no, por supuesto.
Of course.
Por supuesto. Por eso hay que obligar. Por desgracia hay que obligar.
That's why we need an obligation. But when people want, they can do it with a lot of effort.
Miguel Ángel, vamos a ir terminando.
We need to close.
Síntesis.
I ask you to be brief. This has to do with what you've just said. Filmoteca's initiative, the Catalogue of Industrial Cinema,
Que se va a presentar aquí también.
that will be presented here too. This is a very interesting initiative that is related to what you're saying. Cristina?
Volviendo a la
So
pregunta,
let's go back to your question, Maria.
La Ley de Archivos y Documentos de la Comunidad
The
de
Archive and
Madrid,
Document
la Ley
Act of the
6
Region
del
of
2023,
Madrid from
habla de
2023 mentions
expedientes
inspectors,
sancionadores y multas
sanctioning
económicas. A lo mejor
files
la
and
Ley
fines.
Nacional de
So
Archivos
perhaps
también
the
podría
National
incluir tanto
Archive
esta figura para
Act
que no se
could
repitiera. Hablo
include
de
these.
los protocolos que estábamos hablando para que no se repita
And I'm
esta
referring to the
destrucción,
protocols we've mentioned so that
y
this
minusvaloración de la
destruction doesn't take
documentación
place
industrial.
again, so that industrial
Siguiendo el
documents
hilo
are
de
properly
José Miguel,
valued.
Miguel Ángel,
What's your name
perdóname.
again? Miguel Ángel.
Decía que cada minuto
He said
perdemos.
that
Yo diría
every
que cada
minute
minuto perdemos
is
memoria.
wasted.
O sea,
Well,
y
every
esa
minute
memoria es muy
we're
importante
losing our memory,
conservarla y
and it's
preservarla.
important to preserve our memory.
Y para terminar de abrochar, dos ideas que ha lanzado Cristina que me parecen
Two
geniales.
ideas presented by
Inspección
Cristina
para que no se
that
haga
are
mal,
great.
y por
Inspection
favor tutela para que se haga mejor.
Bien, pues para
and
terminar,
surveillance
un
so that
poco
people
un
do a better
resumen de
job.
los puntos
So
que
in
yo
order to
considero
close, I'm going to
que,
summarize the
que hay
points
una especie de consenso con la idea también
on
de
which
trabajar al final del
we've
Congreso
reached some sort of
y
consensus so
poder
that we can continue
dirigirnos
to work at the
a
end of
las
the
instituciones
conference
públicas con buscar ese
conclusions
camino de trabajo
to
conjunto
start
y en colaboración
finding
con
a
ellos.
way forward
El aprovechar
to
el
work
cambio
together
de
and
la
with them.
ley estatal
The
de
change
archivos
in
para
the
integrar
state
este tipo de
archive
patrimonio,
legislation to integrate this type of
tratar de modificar
heritage,
o plantear ante el Ministerio de
trying
Trabajo la
to talk to the
incorporación
Ministry of
de un
Labor
archivero en
so that one
determinadas empresas cuyas
archivist
dimensiones pueden plantearlo así como hay el
works
responsable de prevención de
in
riesgos laborales
companies of
que haya esta
certain
figura.
size,
Crear ese inventario censo
creating
general del
an
patrimonio
inventory or
documental
general census
industrial
of
en
industrial
paralelo
document
al que se está
heritage in
haciendo de las
parallel to
empresas
the
centenarias
one that
o
is being
conjuntamente
created for 100-year-old
trabajar con el
100-year-old
Ministerio de
companies,
Trabajo e Industria
working together
como
with the
herramienta
Ministry of
fundamental,
Labor and Industry as a
plantear un
key
modelo
tool,
mixto y flexible
considering a
con
mixed
supervisión
and
pública para
flexible
garantizar la
model
custodia
under
y la
public
descentralización de este
supervision
tipo
to ensure
de archivos
centralization of this
y
type of
crear también un
archives
protocolo mixto
and
que
creating a
asegure
mixed
su
protocol
custodia
that
y
ensures
su conservación.
its proper custody and
Bueno, yo creo
preservation.
que tenemos ahí un plantel de puntos
I think we
interesantes
have
para
a
poder
few
empezar
interesting points
a trabajar
to
en
start
ese futuro.
to work.
Y añadir también que, como
I would like to
decías,
add,
voy a terminar la frase que decías de
as
si
you
nos
said,
olvidamos la memoria
you said,
obrera,
well, if we
estamos condenados
lose our
a que
worker
gobierne Vox.
memory, we'll
Entonces,
be
creo que
sentenced
es
to have
algo
Vox in our
fundamental
government.
para
So
que lo evitemos.
this is something
Muchas
very
gracias,
important to
muchas gracias a todos.
prevent it from happening.
Y ahora
So
vamos
thank you
a
all,
hacer un descanso para
and
tomar un
let's
café.
have our
Gracias.
break.
No, por eso vamos a dar comienzo a
So let's start with our second session,
que se titula Archivos cerrados y salvados.
Closed
Me
and
corresponde presentar a los
Salvaged
ponentes de
Archives.
esta sesión, que
I'm
son
going to
4.
introduce our
Vamos
speakers.
a dar paso
There
a
are
la
4
primera
of
de las
them.
intervenciones. Van a
The
intervenir
first
los ponentes
presentation,
uno a uno.
well,
Y al
the
final subirán
speakers
todo a la
will
mesa
speak one by
para
one,
que
then
se
they
les
will
pueda
come up
lanzar
to the
la
table
posible
so
pregunta o
that you
cuestión.
can
¿De
ask
acuerdo?
questions.
Bueno, pues el primero de nuestros
So
ponentes
first of all,
es Jesús María Aramberri Miranda.
we have
Es
Jesús María
licenciado en
Aramberri
Físicas
Miranda,
y doctor en
a
Informática por la
degree in
Universidad del País Vasco
physics
y
and
cuenta con una
IT
dilatada
science by the
trayectoria
University of
profesional y
the
académica.
Basque
Ha
Country
sido
with a
profesor
long
titular del área de
career.
Arquitectura y
He
Tecnología
has been a
de
professor of
Computadores en la Facultad de
architecture
Informática de
and
Donostia
computer
San Sebastián, en la
technology
que fue decano y director de
in San
departamento.
Sebastian. He was the
También
dean
ha sido
and
director
department
de Política
director.
Científica en
He's
el
also
Departamento de
been
Educación del
director of
Gobierno
scientific
Vasco
policy
y
of
rector de la
the Department
Universidad
of
del País Vasco.
Education of
Durante casi
the
20 años ha sido
Basque
coordinador de la red académica
Country and director of the
Itubaste,
University of
que
the Basque
proporciona
Country. He has
servicios
coordinated an
avanzados de
academic network that
comunicaciones, cálculo
provides
intensivo y
advanced
plataformas de
services of
contenido en
telecommunication,
Internet
intensive
a más de 100
calculation, and
entidades
content platforms
afiliadas en el
to
País
more than
Vasco, entre
100
las que se
entities
encuentra
in the
la
Basque Country,
Vascongada.
among which
En
the
materia de
Vascongada.
patrimonio cultural, ha
In
formado parte del
terms of
grupo de trabajo de la
cultural
Sociedad de
heritage, he's
Estudios
been part
Vasco
of a
y
working
de la
group
Fundación
of Basque
Euskomedia y en el grupo de
Studies and
trabajo del
Euskomedia
Plan
Foundation
Nacional
and
de
the working
Conservación de
group of the
Patrimonio
National
Fotográfico
Plan
del
of
Ministerio de Cultura del
Preservation of
año
Photography
2015.
Heritage
Desde
of the Ministry
2023
of
es
Culture.
alcalde
Since
del municipio
2023,
burgalés de
is the
Arija.
mayor of
Actualmente
Arija, a
coordina
town
el
in
proyecto
Burgos.
Ondarea
He coordinates a
en la
project
Real
called
Sociedad
Ondarea
Vascongada
in
de
the
los Amigos del
Royal
País,
Society
proyecto que figura
of
como caso práctico de innovación en la modalidad de
the
transformación digital
country
en la Fundación Innovación.
transformating
Ha desplegado
project.
diversas plataformas
He's
para las
deployed
publicaciones
different
digitales de la Vascongada,
platforms
el archivo fotográfico
for
y las
digital
transcripciones
platforms
colaborativas.
of
Los
Vascongada
archivos familiares son otra
photography
fuente de patrimonio
archives
cultural
and
que
conservative
está abordando
archives. He
para
also deals with
incorporarlos a
family
la oferta de contenidos de
archives,
la Vascongada. Como el
and he's
fondo
working to
Julián
add this
Elorza,
to
el fondo José
Vascongada
María
collection. There are
Osandizaga y el
different
fondo Torres Toledo.
funds.
Es autor de varios
He's
artículos y
authored
monografía y
different
cuenta con numerosas
papers
participaciones en Congreso.
and
La
taken
intervención
part
de
in
esta
different
mañana lleva por
conferences.
título
Today
Reconstruyendo
he'll be
los archivos de
speaking
Empresa, una tarea
about
de arqueología. Pues cuando
rebuilding
quieras.
company archives and
Muchas
archaeological
gracias. Bueno,
task.
después de esta intervención
Thank you very
tan extensa de
much.
presentación,
Well, after
solo
this
quiero comentar que,
long
bueno, que por una
introduction, I'd like to
cuestión rara de
say
estas del destino he acabado de alcalde de
that
un ayuntamiento
because
en
of
el
different
que
circumstances,
estaba instalada la
I've
primera
ended up
fábrica que
being
puso
the
la empresa
mayor
Saint-Gobain
of a
en
town
España, en el
where
año
the first
1906, que es
factory built
Cristalería
by
Española, y
Saint-Gobain
allí creó
was built
toda
in
una
Spain. It was a
ciudad-fábrica
company
que se
called
marchó
Cristalería
a Avilés
Española.
en el año
It created
1947 a
a town
1953,
that was transferred to
dejando
Avilés in the
detrás
50s,
las
and it
ruinas
left
de su
its ruins
empresa,
behind, the
las
ruins of
naves
this
que fueron
company,
vandalizadas
the
por los
halls
chatarreros para llevarse
that were
todos los materiales
looted,
que había por allí, desaparecieron todas las máquinas,
all
todo
the
el
machines and
utillaje, y
materials
también se
were
quedaron allí
removed, the
todos los documentos
tools,
de la empresa que
and
la empresa
the
no consideró de
company
valor, con
documents
lo
were
cual
left behind because the company
planos,
didn't
documentos,
think they were
cualquier tipo de
valuable.
información
So
que
plans,
pudiera haber
documents,
allí,
any type of
hubo gente que
documents
se lo llevó a sus
that was
casas
there.
y
Some
de ahí
people
hemos
took
rescatado algo,
some and
y ahora
brought it
estamos
home, and
encontrando
we
también documentación
found some
en
documents
el
there, and now
archivo
we're
municipal,
finding documents in
ya
the
que
municipal archive.
ya por hacer una presentación rápida, la ciudad
So very
fábrica
quickly,
de Viga, de Cristalería
town,
Española, y
this
el
factory
municipio de
town
Arija van indisolublemente unidos, porque en el año
is linked to the town
1928
of Arija because in
Arija se
1928
segregó como
Arija was
municipio
segregated.
independiente
It
de
became
Alcón de
an
Santa Gadea, que
independent
era una
town of
población
Santa
mucho
Gadea,
más
which
extensa,
was
pero
a
con muchos menos
bigger town
habitantes,
with
con
less
lo cual la simbiosis
inhabitants.
entre la
So the
empresa y
symbiosis
el
between the
municipio
company
desde el año
and the town
1928 ha
since
sido total.
1928
Quiere
was
decir que parte de
complete,
los
which
archivos
means
de
that
empresa
part of the
se encuentran
company
también o tienen
archives
su reflejo en
are
el ayuntamiento.
reflected
Voy a
at
tratar
the town
de
council.
ir haciendo esta visita rápida. Esta
I'll try to be
sería
brief.
la primera instalación de la fábrica de Cristalería
This is
Española en el año
the first
1907,
factory
cuando
of
construyó
Cristalería Española.
todos los edificios
All the
que
buildings
se ven
were
ahí. En
built,
esa
as
zona
you
no
can
había
see here.
ningún edificio,
There,
ninguna
there was
edificación
nothing, no
antes de esa fecha,
buildings before
y
that
con
date.
posterioridad se
And
fueron
after that,
incorporando a esa ciudad fábrica en otro barrio pegado todos los comerciantes porque la gente que fue a
different
trabajar
commerces
allí
appeared
seguía
because
el
people
modelo
working
de las
there
ciudades fábrica
followed the model
de
of
la Saint-Gobain desde el año
factory towns of Saint-Gobain
1665, since
donde las viviendas de los obreros
1965, where
estaban
workers'
junto
con la fábrica, de tal manera que si había
dwellings were next to the factory, so if there was a fire or any incident, they were next to water course, they could put out the fire or deal with the issue at the factory. All the workers living there didn't have mixed economy, so they needed to buy everything, their food, clothes, shoes, entertainment, everything. And that's why shops appeared next to the factory. When Arija was created, towards 1928, as you can see on the chart, in 1930, it reached 2,234 inhabitants. It became independent from this other town that had more than 2,000 inhabitants. Population decreased sharply as a consequence of the Civil War because most of the worker population in Arija was to the left. They were socialists, they belonged to UGT, many of them had to go to exile, and after the war we received people from Falange and mutilated soldiers. And then a dam was built. Many buildings were flooded and all these people had to leave the place. So here, to your left, you see a picture from 1927 with dry land, and in 1945 you see the blue line, all the buildings that were covered by the reservoir. The factory of Cristalería Española in Arija didn't leave any company archives behind because everything that was left in the buildings disappeared, although we've been finding things until 10 years ago. As I said, very quickly, the facilities were dismantled, and the archives from Cristalería Española in Arija, there are some documents, the most important ones, they were taken to Avilés because they were important for the companies, the lists of workers, others were left behind, part of them were removed by private individuals. This company is considered the oldest one in Europe. It was founded in 1665. It had partners. There were general assemblies and partners that when they received silver coins that we've found in different collections. So the company created archives in 1975. So what can we say about a company that was closed in 1953 and left behind everything that was considered unimportant? Arija wasn't lucky, like other companies that kept their company archives, such as Vergara, with textile companies, Avilés, and some company archives in Seville, in the provincial archive that I've been lucky to check. For example, the Ibarra collection. Interestingly, in this collection, we see the file of the explosion of Machichaco explosion in Santander more than 100 years ago that caused 400 casualties because the company that took the ship there was a Basque Andalusian company owned by Ibarra family. Just an interesting thing to give you an idea of where we can find more things. The factory town, well, the work started in 1906. They used the most advanced technology back then to build halls and buildings. The furnaces, for example, as you can see on the picture, it's a metal structure. The land kept by Cristalería Española almost for free was 75 hectares, 1,000 meters in a line from east to west, 750 to the north, and 750 city to the
Hoy
south.
en día
And all
tampoco queda claro
that
de quién es la
land,
propiedad
well,
de
as of
algunos de
today,
los objetos o
its
de los elementos
ownership
o de los inmuebles
isn't
que hay en ese
clear.
terreno,
Some of the
como
titles
por ejemplo
present
los
there,
viales
the
y las
ownership
calles y
aren't
las
clear.
plazas públicas.
For
Si vamos
example,
al registro
public
de la propiedad,
streets, if you
siguen
go
siendo
to the
de la
land
empresa, que
registry,
ahora ha
they
sucedido
still
a Cristalería
belong to the
Española, que
company
es una
that
cantera de
succeeded
arena
Cristalería Española,
de una multinacional belga,
which is
que
owned
me ha
by a
parecido muy interesante saber
Belgian
que va a haber
multinational
también una intervención
company.
de Bélgica sobre
And there's
activos de
going to
empresa
be a
para ver si
presentation
encontramos algo de
on
Sibelco.
Belgian.
Cuando esto se
On
construyó, apareció en todos
When
los medios
this was
modernos sobre
built,
las construcciones y en la construcción moderna en
modern means
1907
were
decía que
used,
pasaba de ser un villorrio a una ciudad y que
and it became a
la
town
sociedad de
instead of a
Sestao
village.
iba a construir
And
también
Sestao
allí
Society was
instalaciones
going
con hormigón
to
armado en
build
1906,
facilities with
que es una
concrete.
utilización muy temprana del hormigón armado en la provincia de Burgos. Hay una un poco anterior, que es la de la Virgen de la Antigua en el Monte Santiago, cerca
In
de Orduña,
Santiago
que es del año
Mountain, there's a
1903,
previous one in
de una empresa
Orduña,
catalana,
1923, a
y
Catalan
la
company.
construcción de Arija
And
viene de
Arija's
1906 de
construction
la
is
sociedad
from
de Sestao, que en ese
1926.
momento estaba
Sestao
también
Society,
construyendo con hormigón armado
it was
la
being
alhóndiga
built
de
with
Bilbao.
concrete.
Lo que nos queda como joya de esa etapa es el depósito de agua, que está documentado
We have the
también
water
de 12 metros de altura y 100 metros
reservoir,
cúbicos de capacidad, con el sistema
100
LeBlanc,
cubic meters
que era
with the
de un
LeBlanc
francés
system. This was a
afincado en
French
España que
person that
trabajaba
used to
para la
live in
sociedad de
Spain.
Sestao
He
y que
worked
hizo
for
una serie de
Sestao
patentes.
Society. He had some
Archivos de
patents.
Cristalería Española y
Cristalería
Saint-Gobain, esta es
Española
la
and
tarea de
Saint-Gobain
arqueología
archives.
a la
This is
que
the
por
archaeology
motivos de
task
estudio de esa
that,
localidad y
due to
de
the
su
fact that I
historia,
was studying
pues he
the town
dedicado
and its
muchos años de mi
history,
vida antes de
I've
aparecer en la
devoted
alcaldía
many
y bueno, pues por lo
years
menos
of
menciona
my
sugerente
life
poder mencionar
here
qué es lo
before
que hemos ido
becoming
encontrando.
a mayor, and I would like to mention
Nos han
what we
proporcionado
found.
desde Avilés, se llevaron los archivos con el libro de afiliaciones de los obreros que entraron a trabajar en la
We've
empresa
been given
desde el año
archives related to the
1906.
workers
Hay
that
dos
worked for the
libros, uno de
company since
1906 a
1926. There are
1937,
two
con más de
books, one from
3.500
26 to
anotaciones, y otro desde el
37,
año
another
39
one
en
from
adelante.
30,
Los libros de
1939.
1906 aparecen desde el primer obrero, Saturnino Benso,
1906,
que
we see the
venía de León,
first
o
worker
José
from
Balcer,
León,
que era un
José
suizo de
Balcer,
Bonfole.
a Swiss
Como
person
veis,
from Monfort.
estos numeritos
You
de
see
los
numbers
obreros o las
here
líneas tienen a veces unas
corresponding to the
anotaciones
workers,
o
and
bien
there
en
are
azul
some
o en rojo. Estas
notes,
anotaciones las hicieron
blue or
después
red.
de que acabó la guerra
This
civil
was
y era
after
un poco para hacer la purga
Civil War.
de los
They
que
were
eran de
purging
izquierdas y de derechas,
those who
los que
were
seguían la
left
fábrica
or
y los que
right,
ya no estaban.
those who
Sale
were
mucha información
at
de
the factory,
todos estos
those who
registros,
weren't.
una
We
información
get a
muy
lot of
curiosa.
information
Los
from
archivos de la
these
Saint-Gobain ofrecen
records.
algunas fotografías
Saint-Gobain's
de Arija
archives
de los
show
años
pictures from
1912,
Arija,
1920,
1912,
1926. Estas
1920,
fotografías proceden de
1926.
esos archivos.
These
Nosotros les hemos enviado más
pictures come
imágenes
from
que
these
tenemos
archives. We've sent
localizadas en
more
Arija,
pictures that we have
pero
in
ese archivo
Arija.
es como
But that
una almeja,
archive
cerrado,
is like
no
a clamp,
proporciona
it's
nada.
closed.
Cuando les
They
enviamos
don't give us
documentación nos
anything. We
dijeron
sent
que esas
documents and they
imágenes
said
eran
that
compatibles con los fondos que ellos guardaban.
the images were
Punto
compatible
pelota.
with the
Hasta
collections
ahí
they
llegó
had.
la
And that
información que
was
nos
it.
dieron.
That was the end of the
En estos
information.
archivos de la Saint-Gobain pues se ven los talleres de estimación,
We
de corte, las
see
fiestas que hicieron en
estimation
1926
workshops,
con el
cut
20 aniversario de la
workshops, the
fábrica.
parties to
Y en otros
commemorate the 20th
archivos
anniversary of
hemos
the
encontrado también
factory.
documentación
And in
sobre
other archives, we
la
found
fábrica de Arija. Por ejemplo, el
documents on
archivo de la
Arija
Guardia
factory,
Civil.
the Civil
¿Por qué
Guard
razón?
archive.
Pues
Why?
porque el principal propietario español
Because
de
the main
Cristalería
Spanish
Española,
owner of
que era
Cristalería
Basilio
Española,
Paraíso, un
Basilio
industrial
Paraíso,
aragonés que
an
había sido
industrial
diputado,
from
que era
Aragon that
diputado
had been an
regeneracionista del partido de Joaquín
MP
Costa,
from Joaquín
pues lo
Costa's
primero que
political
hizo nada
party.
más crearse la fábrica en Arija
As
fue
soon as the
pedir
factory was
al Ministerio de
created, he
Gobernación que pusiesen un
requested
cuartel de
the
la Guardia Civil.
ministry
El más
to
próximo
have
estaba
a civil
10
guard
kilómetros, tardaban 2 horas en llegar y ya incluso cuando se estaba construyendo
station
la fábrica
because the
ya habían
closest one was
empezado las
far
huelgas
away.
de
And
los
before
de esa
building the
constructora, y luego
factory,
los obreros de
there were
Cristalería
already
siempre han sido
strikes.
muy
First of
belicosos.
all, the
Entonces,
building
del archivo de la
company
Guardia
and then
Civil nos
workers
proporcionaron
themselves. And the
los
Civil Guard
documentos que
archive
enviaban
gave us
solicitando el cuartel de la Guardia
documents
Civil, que de hecho se construyó a expensas de
that
la fábrica, pero la dotación
the
vino del Ministerio de
station
Gobernación.
had.
Se
The money
achacaba
came from the
fundamentalmente a que los
ministry.
obreros que venían de Bilbao
They said that workers coming from Bilbao were polluted with socialist idea and they were prone to strikes. This is what documents said. The Ebro Confederation gave us pictures from 1927 where we can see the town, even details from the director's house with a garden. It looks like Versailles Palace. There's the labor accident clinic with its gardens.
The Chebro expropriation took many lands by Cristalerías Españolas, and also we have localized a report in CIOPU at the SEDEX, Eduardo Torroja, on Cristalería Española, because they completed more than 30 surveys conducted by the mine school by Paris, because they said that when the dam was created, the buildings with vibration might collapse, they said in the report, but that was a lie. But they were giving a huge compensation for them to transfer to Avilés, and they wanted to change technology for a continuous stream. So other pictures of the National Institute show the same situation. And then I'm going to talk about individual collections to show you pictures of the building constructions in 1906, 1907. We were also giving postcards of the workers' La Defensa Cooperative that belonged to those years as well. Also, people had an album of the 20th anniversary with all the process of creation of glass in the Arija factory. That was part of some individual collections. We also collected by private sources publications of both books and magazines or reviews on Saint-Gobain and Cristalería Española. The most important one is the first one. You can see Avilés 1952 with the speeches given during the opening of the factory with a series of pictures. Yesterday Arija, today Avilés, and these are pictures when you can see the buildings being covered by the dam waters. Now, publications of Cristalería Española and Saint-Gobain, those made by Saint-Gobain and Arija were by the same person in charge of the archive with a lot of information on the company, and we can see that Arija was closely linked to Vidarla and Famille de Clos, because they bought the sand quarry to bring the sand to Álava to manufacture glass for bottles there and also polished mirrors. And some individuals have some reviews talking about Cristalería Española. There's one called Communication, talking about Arija. On the right, you can see an explanation how glass was melted for polished glass. And as an anecdote, Maharaja from India bought some glass there because they were heavy enough to support the weight of elephants in India. Some footprints and plans of the machines and of the buildings, of all the facilities, clearly showing what is the process followed in the factory to manufacture glass. They had also an internal railroad. So all this was in the hands of some individuals. So some festivities, programs of the company and some individuals. And one of the last documents that we received in 2011, one year before shutting down the company, is the data taken by the responsible of the electrical facility, and they came from Belgium and Switzerland, so they annotated kilowatts, pressure, temperature. And the anecdote is that the one signing this document is the grandfather of my mother, of my wife, that comes from Arija. That was in one attaché that was there, and some people threw this away, and some people who are really interested in that brought this to me. Press. 1912, there was a cinema machine to cover for the needs of workers. Cine Doré in Madrid had not been built yet, so we are talking about early use. to support the entertainment of workers. In 1916, there was a strike. Facundo Pérez Owa participated in this strike. He's the founder of the Communist Party and the Socialist Party against Indalecio Prieto, and also the founding of the the town hall of Arija in 1928. Built by two bishop brothers. Some other news of House of People, 1932, that was published at El Socialista, and on the right you can see press release talking about the speeches of the opening of the factory, and the opening of the factory, they talk about a music band, different groups, they were around the town singing the International, and then they went to a street called Pablo Iglesias. And then in the municipal archive, as you can see, the shelves collapsed because it was not well fixed. 3-4 weeks ago, this happened, and we found agreements between the town hall and the factory. So, all these things I'm doing at Basque Country and the Arija town is under an idea of Balmes, who said, we want to have stores, not factories. So he said scholars are like stores keeping information, and he, Balmes, would identify manufacturers with factories. So we want to transfer the same idea to archives, libraries, and museums. So they will be stores, but working with resources coming from third parties in forms of data. And this is what we are trying to say in Arija, in Basque region. We created this interpretation center at Arija, talking about the world of glass and how it was in the 19th century. Family of glass manufacturers were something specific. They had a master that was the oldest people in the group, with his brothers and brothers-in-law. That were the workers blowing glass, and then younger people coming, taking things from the furnace for the other workers to blow. So glass family would work for 9 months at a furnace, and then after 9 months they might move to Cartagena or San Ildefonso or went back to France. So as you can see, same families work all around Europe and have relatives all around Europe, and they become sort of like a skeleton of Europe, because glass manufacturing moved from Alexandria to Venice, and then some spies sent by Louis XIV, they spied and they created and recreated all this mirror or glass creation back in France. Thank you very much. Thank you, Josu, for your extraordinary and very fast presentation. You stick to time, so thank you very much, and congratulations for the extraordinary work to do with the company. You have shown how many sources you've consulted to reconstruct the history, or trace it back, let's put it this way. Let's move now to the second presentation by María Jesús López Gómez. So while she prepares, let me read some bio. He has a degree in contemporary history and has a master's degree by the Complutense University of Madrid. She is part of the technical archivist in Madrid, and she has been coordinator and a team supervisor. Since 2008, she's the head of the Regional Archive of Madrid, whose main role is to organize and describe document collections and photo collections. Her presentation is entitled Galerías Preciados Collection, an experience of company collection. So, Maria Jesus, whenever you want, you have the floor. And thank you for being here. Good morning, and thank you, Antonia. Thank you, Antonia, for the introduction. And I would like to thank the organizers of this Congress for the invitation sent to the Regional Archive to participate in at this event. The goals of my presentations are two. First of all, to briefly introduce to you the experience we had in handling and treating a great volume collection produced by one of the latest company stores in Spain during the second half of the 20th century. And the second goal will be give you some ideas of the legal framework that the regional legislation gives to this kind of collection. This is Galerías Preciados on Goya Street in Madrid. Those of us who are older here, you might remember this. Those who are younger, it's El Corte Inglés of Goya Street today. So this image represents the personal and company competition between Galerías Preciados and El Corte Inglés throughout history. This might perfectly be the content of a TV show by Netflix. So, without making any kind of spoiler here, we all knew what is all it's about. So during the presentation, you are going to see how this company collection is created with the main historic milestone of the creation of Galerías Preciados, how the collection was created, how we handled it, what are the interest topics, some brief ideas of the legal framework with the new law of archives that we have in the region of Madrid, and lastly, a short 1.15-minute video with some documents and pictures of that collection. So on the slide, you can see a timeline of Galería's history with the main stages the company went through since the beginning to the liquidation. If you want to know more, I recommend Pilar Toboso's book. She's a specialist in company history, as you can see on the slide. So the origin of Galerías Preciados dates back to 1934. In 1934, the owner comes back from Havana, where he had acquired experience at Almacenes El Encanto, and he founds with other 4 members called Cederías Carretas in Madrid, on Carreta Street number 6. So the business responds to expectation, and partners think about creating a bigger shop. To do that, and after the Civil War, they bought some properties in Madrid between Carmen Preciados and Rompelaza streets in Madrid, where, coincidentally, there was a little tailor under the name El Corte Inglés managed by Ramón Aretes, a tailor shop. The new store was opened in 1943 in a building that was called the Matchbox by all the citizens of Madrid because it's tall and straight. So this shop responds to department stores, many floors, escalators, a variety of items, a great number of employees, and taking care of customers. It also entailed the first attempt to create a need of consumption in a society in Madrid that was chastised by the after-war. So new selling techniques were created, like sales, something we all know now. And also special days of offers, the Father's Days or St. Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. So in 1945, they opened the first El Corte Inglés on Preciados Streets number 3, competition but close. The second stage of commercial expansion is between 1950 and 1973, but it goes beyond these dates. So this is the stage where the company expanded. We need to bear in mind that Galerías Preciados throughout history had 31 centers in 26 cities. So this entails a great deal of logistics to cover all the selling centers. The most ambitious project was the acquisition in 1973 of Jorba stores in Barcelona, motivated only to face the strong competition made by El Corte Inglés that 1 year before had opened a new site in Barcelona. So between Almacenes Jovas and Galerías Preciados merger is done, and it takes the name Jorba Preciados in Catalonia. So it was a site that was already in operation with local staff members and faithful clientele, but the building had to be revamped. So the opening of the Jorba Preciados site in Barcelona was in 1964, December 5th. It's the Christmas campaign, and Mr. Fernandez wanted to be refunded by the investment. So, but works didn't finish in time, and he faces a reluctant Catalan society, not only due to commercial activities, not only because the Catalan society was used to buy from smaller companies, but also because Mr. Fernandez was against the Franco regime. To fund this expansion program and to carry out works, external funding was required. So complex financial operations had to be taken, and the indebtedness of the company. So the company, in 1973, Fernandez family lose control of the company, and Banco Urquijo becomes the main partner. So Mr. Fernandez was supposed to have an honor place, and then in 1982, he passed away. With the financial operations, the company moved from one financial group to another one, Rumasa 81-93, Cisneros 85-87, Mountlight, Abartad, etc. All these groups are the new owners. So they tried to end up the financial indebtedness of the company, and they applied strong measures with redundancies, and they sold the properties of the company. At the end of 1994, the company said that no liquidity is there, so an intervention company took over. And lastly, and I'm going very fast as the speaker, in April 96, the company was dissolved. Galerías Preciados was dissolved. A single liquidator was named, and Patrimonio was liquidated. And we can see how El Corte Inglés buys Galerías. In January 24, 2014, the company was completely dissolved. So once we know the history of the company in general, let's see how the collection was created. The archive was in the hands of Galerías Preciados since the beginning in 1943 till its disappearance in 1996. Since the beginning, Galerías Preciados had a specific archive system. In any site in Almería, Badajoz, Eibar, any selling site send information on a regular basis to Madrid, and they have a central store. And they also have internal proceeding rules, so the main characteristics were respected. But with the dissolution and liquidation process of the company entails the destruction of a great part of the collection, motivated by the successive transfer of the headquarters, and this is also due to an internal order given in 1995 saying that all the documents that were not included in the law to be preserved had to be destroyed. So in this selling process of the properties entailed that all the documents were sent to a store. At this point in time, first contact with the Service of Archives in the region of Madrid, who stops the destruction of all the documents and to refuse this order to destroy everything. In 1996, October 16, the donation of the complete collection from Galerías Preciados to the region of Madrid was conducted. So we had 11,063 boxes, more than 4.5 kilometers of document of a collection, of this collection, that was transferred from Julián Camarillo's street to the center of the region of Madrid. So, in order for us to cover this collection, we had to open a new site on Talavera Street that was not being used, and we had to open it. We were on Amaniel Street in the old Mau beer factory, and we didn't have space for 11,063 boxes. Later, in 2003, and when the new building where we are now was opened, so we transferred all the document, all the collection from the old site. Between 2007 2014, new items were included in the collection once all the legal procedures ended. For support, text documents and paper, pictures, audiovisual material, and IT or computer material. In 1996, we started the field work, as you know, of the collection, whose main characteristic was a high number of items. So we divided the collection in according to the format. Document, pictures, and computer. That was for us to work easier. Then we analyzed the information in each part of the collection. We identified series and we classified each one of them following the functional and organizational chart of the company. When we conducted this classification, we saw a great number of documents who had lost value, and they were not keen to be secondary divided. So we need to assess the documents in the collection in order for us to determine which one would be permanently preserved and those who didn't have any kind of secondary value or historical value and could be eliminated. After analyzing the documents by the archivists, supported by experts coming from public universities in Madrid. So the Archive Council of the region of Madrid approved in 2016 the elimination of 1,164 line meters of documents. So you might be surprised by this elimination, but it might be interesting, but what we eliminated were tickets of the machines with the numeric codes referring to the cashier and the amount paid. There were some of them with the inks that have been deleted throughout time. So it was for us very important to understand what was indispensable with historical and legal value for employees and for the companies, and other secondary values that might be informational historical. So we needed to separate. We analyzed computer items, and we saw that it was impossible for us to have access because we didn't have machine to read and reproduce, so we couldn't have access to all this information. So when we eliminated everything that was valueless, plus the computer information we couldn't have access to, we described the remaining parts of the collection. So we identified documents, photographs, and audiovisual items because they were divided by supports, and the inventories were created. So the inventory is 2,000, more than 200,000 entries. So what are the contents of this collection? As you can see on the picture, we have 2,750 linear meters of documents, more than 12,000 pictures, and practically the same number of special support material. The find have extreme date coming from before the setting up of a company, because we keep this, and also we keep photographs from Jorba. So we have some very interesting documents, personnel management, files. We have more than 30,000 registries of all the workers and all the people that have worked in Galerías Preciados, both in admin facilities, management, logistics, employees, so more than 30,000 registries with the name and surnames of the staff members. Blanca mentioned before that we have received many requests by workers requiring their files to know if they have been paying for their pension funds. Also, information about acquisition of merchandise, trade union strikes, etc. Other interesting topics are purchasing management with the detailed selection of suppliers, also imports of goods registries, and we can see that products came from afar, from really far countries. Also sales in stores, because that's very important it was very important for them to all the subcontractors, and then customer care. Also interest topics are marketing and publicity campaigns, pictures, and also patrimonio and financial management, meaning how sites were acquired and how they sold them to El Corte Inglés in 1996. Yes, I was going very fast, says the speaker. Sorry, I had a great deal of things to tell in a very short amount of time. The second goal of this presentation is talk a little bit about the legal framework of the Autonomous Region of Madrid for company collection. This is included in the new archives law, Lec 623, and the regulation, a proposal that was not been passed yet. But it takes a great deal of time for us to create these two pieces of legislation. So the law says that this collections are part of the Madrid archive, and then including in this are all these organizations, either private or trade unions, with more than 40 years of existence. So this is a limit. For us, everything that belongs to the period between 85 and 25 belongs to the archive in the region of Madrid. The law establishes some obligations and mechanisms for them to be considered document items even before that year. So the law establishes a series of obligations for the owners of these archives, which are just a long list of obligations, for example, custody or an organization of documents, make easy for inspector to inspect, allow access to the documents, that's extremely important, request authorization when they want to separate any archive or fund, communicate when documents are lost or distracted, and notify about the transfer or change of ownership. Also, the legislation established measures established by the region of Madrid for the protection and surveillance. For example, voluntary deposit of private documents. The owners and the So the private-owned documents can be voluntarily deposited in the Region of Madrid archive. Also, a series of instruments like inventory of recognized goods, and working with a network of archives in the region of Madrid, and some grants and subsidies to revamp the archives, and public access of all the collections should be preserved. To conclude, I'm going to show you a short video clip. That's the first time I include a video clip in my presentation with some of the documents and the pictures of Galerías Museums.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María Jesús, por la
Thank you, María Jesús, for your extraordinary presentation.
Y bueno, nuestro reconocimiento al trabajo realizado por el Archivo Regional en la labor de recuperación de archivo fotográfico. Hemos visto en este trabajo, me parece especialmente reconocible en fondos tan voluminosos, de esta envergadura, y ha sido realmente interesante por las líneas también de trabajo que abren estos archivos. Gracias también por ajustar al cumplir con el tiempo, que siempre es muy bueno. Vamos a pasar a presentar a nuestra siguiente
Let's continue with our
ponente.
next speaker.
Leticia Martínez García.
Leticia Martínez García.
Es diplomada en Biblioteconomía y Documentación y licenciada en Documentación por la Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. Inició su actividad en la Biblioteca de Humanidades, Comunicación y Documentación de la Universidad Carlos III. En mayo de 2004 realizó práctica en el Archivo Histórico Ferroviario como alumna de la licenciatura de Documentación, iniciando posteriormente su trayectoria en el Archivo Histórico Ferroviario en el año 2005, en un marco de un convenio de colaboración suscrito con el Instituto de Cartografía de Andalucía para la catalogación de los fondos cartográficos relativos a esta comunidad. De forma paralela, trabajó en la adecuación documental de fondos de la Dirección Corporativa de Seguridad en la circulación de ADIF y en labores de organización, catalogación y descripción de fotografía en las colecciones Cabrera y Javier Aranguren de la Fototeca del Archivo Histórico Ferroviario. En 2007 se incorporó al archivo de esta institución con la categoría de técnico, participando también paralelamente en el desarrollo del proyecto titulado La Diputación del Personal Ferroviario en la Guerra Civil y el franquismo, subvencionado por el Ministerio de Presidencia. En 2018 pasó a la categoría de coordinadora del Archivo Histórico Ferroviario y finalmente a la de jefa de archivo en 2022. Ha colaborado en diversos artículos y comunicaciones presentados en distintas jornadas, congresos y revistas, así como en exposiciones propias de la entidad. Su intervención lleva por título El Archivo Histórico Ferroviario de la Fundación de los Ferrocarriles Españoles como institución para el conocimiento y difusión del patrimonio documental ferroviario en España. Cuando quieras, Leticia, muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Bueno, lo primero agradecer a los organizadores que nos han invitado a participar en este congreso y
in this conference,
y que podamos mostrar un poco la labor que realizamos y sobre todo
so that we can show the work that we do. And in this presentation, I would like to highlight the role of dissemination, which is the ultimate goal of document management and preservation in our archive.
Vamos empezando. Pues el Archivo Histórico Ferroviario, junto con la Biblioteca Ferroviaria,
the Historic Railway Archive and the Railway Library of Spanish Railways are the main reference center for historic studies of Spanish railways and its companies. Here, I'm giving you information on its creation. It was created in 1979 by the Board of Directors of Renfe as the body in charge of preserving and disseminating the historic heritage that existed before Renfe was created in 1941. The library had been created 10 years earlier, based on the library of Renfe's Board of Directors, other libraries, and the libraries of the different railway companies to create a single unit specialization in railways and transportation. So, public access that we provide to all this document heritage. The Historic Archive and the library belong to the Historic Research Department. We are integrated into Madrid's Railway Museum, and we all belong to Spanish Railways Foundation. It's a public foundation that belongs to the Ministry of Transport, created in 1988. The archive and the library had been created before the foundation was created, but it was when they were integrated into the foundation, as soon as this was created in 1985, when the centers had qualified staff and the necessary means to identify, preserve, classify, promote, and disseminate railway heritage, with the commitment of Renfe, which translates the need to do something about the value of this document, its commitment to society, culture, etc. As you can see, the bylaws of our foundation define its mission. One of its main goals is identification, restoration, preservation, and making it available to the public of the document heritage pertaining to railways in Spain. Well, railways are the symbol of industrial revolution. Their contribution from a cultural, industrial, economic, scientific, or technological perspective cannot be challenged. Therefore, railways are one of the systems that belongs to the national heritage of each nation by its own right. This is the mission that the archive and the library have, to manage and preserve the collections we have and provide access to the public with research and dissemination purposes. And given this new paradigm, we need to combine the traditional role of the archive with new technologies and other possibilities that they provide to us. And also the importance of turning our users into an active part of our process. They're not just someone who receives, they are someone who can contribute and create networks and community around our heritage.
¿Cuáles serían los antecedentes de la creación de nuestros centros? Pues realmente las antiguas compañías ferroviarias, como no podía ser de otra manera, disponían de sus departamentos de archivo y de sus bibliotecas para poder gestionar y toda la documentación que generaban en el desarrollo de su actividad. Aparte, incluso se crearon bibliotecas ambulantes para el personal que trabajaba en las empresas.
Libraries were created for company staff. In 1923, the Common Study Office was created. It was common for two companies, the one in the north of Spain and the one in Madrid, Zaragoza, and Alicante. So this office was created to harmonize their
document management procedure, and this gave rise to document services in Spanish railways. I'm showing you some pictures here. So what about the origin of our collections, the activities carried out by the old railway companies? They were created in the middle of the 19th century during the first phase of industrial capitalism, and given their particular characteristics, they revolutionized labor relationship, production methodologies, they boosted economic development technologies, they changed the landscape with different infrastructures that came to stay with an impact thanks to this new means of transportation in our society and our customs. Therefore, this creation of railway documents started as soon as the railway network was implemented in Spain with two different phases. The first phase, which was private, the origin of our collections with the old companies, through a concession system regulated by the state, they were created as new lines were being built, and with time, as all companies, they evolved with absorption, mergers, etc. Until the 1930s. There were four big companies, North and ZA, they were the ones that created the Common Study Office, the East Company, and the Andalusian Company. This wasn't the case of wide railways. In narrow railways, there were many other companies with a different management, and they generated their own documents. So after 1941, these companies were nationalized and the national network was created, Renfe, which inherited the management infrastructures, railway stock, and of course all the documents that were needed to carry out its activity. So throughout this process, all companies gathered the necessary documents to carry out their activity and their legal obligations, because they were subject to concession system. They had labor and social obligations. They had a relationship with the administration to implement the railways. Also, they had a relationship with customers, with other companies. They had combined fees to manage the railway network. So all this information, which ended up becoming primary document sources, as is the case of archives, and secondary in the case of library, became company knowledge and heritage. Therefore, we are the repository of the history and memory of railway companies, and we've become a document center for railway knowledge at every level, with a particular emphasis on public access. At some point, Renfe decided to create the foundation and to integrate the archive and the library into it. So, the provision of this service, which used to be internal for the companies themselves, it turned it into a public service to ensure that all this information is kept, preserved, and made available to the public. So, Renfe is once again committed to history, culture, and the preservation of its own heritage. With this heritage, we can know how workers lived, what companies did, everything related to the management. We can improve the cultural identity of the company, and we can highlight the importance railways had at every level, its contributions to history. We can see
its interaction with other technologies and other countries. It's a joint evolution, which doesn't happen only in Spain. We always take a general look to see all the contributions, becoming familiar with publications that created railway knowledge and thinking, and being able to trace back history of railway technology and technique. Therefore, this integration I mentioned, well, we integrated into the foundation, but it was in 2010 when we were organically integrated into the Railway Museum of Madrid. So we've become an intermodal center for the study of railways. So in the same space, you can check all the collections related to railways. In the museum, there's a locomotive that you can visit, and in the archive and the library, you're going to be able to check all the files related to it, blueprints, plans, images, videos. So in a single space, we've integrated all the collections, and they're available to the public. So this integration into the museum allowed us to unify all this heritage in a single space and also unify inventory, catalog and description tasks. We've been able to generate new document content with the different areas of the museum. We've dynamized the educational mission the museum had. We've boosted the research function these centers have, and in an efficient way we can access all of this in a single space, so access and dissemination possibilities increase. And we still share the same values, collecting, documenting and preserving cultural heritage and memory, promoting learning, supporting research, new creations, new experiences, entertainment experiences, dissemination, becoming a meeting point for our community which favors social integration and cohesion, fostering transparency, which is one of our main rights, as it was said earlier, so that citizens are aware of their rights and how they can exercise them, and promoting equality in accessing materials from a physical point of view in our facilities and also virtually and online through different means that we have. So the historic railway archive is a source of public information critical for the economic, social, and cultural history in Spain. Accessing our collections, well, our collections cover mainly the first 100 years of railways, mid-19th centuries to 1941, and the first years of Renfe until the 70s, 80s. That would be the old and contemporary, the old collections. And also, we have personal collections generated by railway staff, engineers, officers, and others, but also researchers and amateurs of railways that allowed us to know different aspects of it. We supplement this with oral history and with special collections such as grief archive. I don't know if you're familiar with it, spontaneous manifestations of grief by citizens that took place in stations, unfortunately due to the terrorist attacks in 2004. Access to census and archives were there in case you're interested, the history of our collections, etc. This is the general profile of collections of our archive. We have four main groups: old funds, contemporary funds, collections, and personal collections. We have a picture library, a photography library, more than 400,000 pictures, images in different formats, and any theme related to railways, infrastructure, rolling stock, stuff, everything is in the photography library. We have almost a kilometer and a half of documents. One of our main characteristics is that we are public. Anyone can access our collections. No special credentials or authorizations are needed. So we cover from mid-19th century to 2023. This is related to the photography library. In the case of text, it's from the middle of the 19th century to 70s, 80s in the 20th century. Producers, railway companies, researchers, railway staff, railway amateurs. We have a small collection from Torres Quevedo, a bit of everything. We receive documents as any archive does. I cannot go through all the different types of documents that we have, that's endless, but you can find a bit of everything. Plans, projects, minutes, signs, because they had to sell their products. All this supplemented by oral history, interviews to railway staff, and as I said, the photography library. This is our management program. We have a portal called Docutren. We have 4 main divisions. In the case of text, documents. And then at the bottom, you see the photography library. It is of particular importance. It has its own classification. There are institutional collections. We have interesting things, such as everything generated by MZE, the official photographer Juan Salvador Lancha between 1912 and 1941, private collections from important researchers such as Gustavo Redes and others, and collections from photography albums. Es que si no, no voy a terminar nunca. Os había puesto también los enlaces para ver los cuadros de clasificación. I had links to check the classifications, but I think this is going to be too long. So I encourage you to discover this by yourselves. Please access our catalog, Documental, so that you can take a look at everything that we offer. Around 88% of our collections have been described and made available in our catalog, and you can see the figures. More than 88,000 entries in our catalog, more than 32,500 are texts grouped together in files, isolated documents, plan maps, etc. More than 55,800 photographies in different formats. Sí que es interesante que ya tenemos disponibles para que cualquiera, la lógica de describir una imagen, si no ves la imagen, pues se pierde un poco. De momento ya tenemos disponibles para los interesados en consultarlo más de 38.700 imágenes, objetos digitales disponibles correspondientes a esa documentación fotográfica que conservamos. Que siga aumentando diariamente y que esperamos que próximamente, por lo menos todas las que estén descritas, puedan también estar disponibles para ser visualizadas. Been described will be available to be viewed. En la gestión y el tratamiento documental, pues bueno, el habitual que se sigue en cualquier archivo, management and processing, as sí que ponemos mucho acento, como se ha mencionado también, gracias también pues a la que sería la digitalización y la preservación, que ya se está incluyendo en nuestro plan estratégico de toda la fundación, y bueno, es un proceso largo que hay que hacer, pues, como han comentado, no es solo venga, a digitalizar a lo loco, no, hay que dotarle de esos metadatos y de la información que lo pueda hacer recuperable, de un sistema de preservación que garantice que esa información digital también se conserve, y bueno, y de todas esas cuestiones, y sobre todo pues de cara a lo que ponemos
ponemos el acento, que es la difusión.
And we
Si la
always
gente
insist
no
on
sabe lo que
dissemination.
tiene,
If people
no sabe
don't know
cuál es su
what they
patrimonio,
have, they're not
difícilmente puede
aware of
acceder a ello
heritage,
y lo puede usar
they
y
will hardly
disfrutar.
access it and enjoy
Entonces,
it.
bueno, no me voy a detener mucho más por lo que digo, que quiero poner más el acento en el tema de la difusión.
So I'm
Por
not
tanto,
going to get
nuestras
into detail. I
prioridades,
just
además
wanted
de los
to
libros y los
focus on
documentos,
dissemination.
pues
So our
son nuestros
priorities
usuarios
beyond books and
y
documents,
garantizar su
it's our
acceso a la
users,
información, pues, con
ensuring
una doble responsabilidad.
the access to
Asegurarlo,
information,
facilitarlo
the
y
twofold
sobre todo
responsibility,
hacer de
ensuring
mediadores
it,
para que todo
facilitating
eso
and
acabe
becoming
transformado en
mediators so that
conocimiento.
all of this
Por ello,
ends up being knowledge.
disponemos de nuestra sala de
And for
consulta
that,
y
we
lectura, que
have
entendemos que es un
our
espacio de
reading
socialización
room,
y de servicios
which
que va a
is
promover la
a
creación de
service and
nuevos proyectos de iniciativas,
socialization
tanto
area
por
that
parte
will
interna,
promote the
externa,
creation of new
mixta, que a su vez se
projects,
complementa
external,
con nuestro
internal,
espacio
mixed
virtual, que es
projects,
ese
which is
portal
combined
pues,
with
con
a
lo que os
virtual
voy a
space, which is
desarrollar un
this
poquito más ahora, que es
portal that I'm
Docutrend,
going to
que va a
show you,
favorecer,
which is
gracias a ese
Docutrend.
24/7
And
que
thanks,
tenemos, 24
it's
horas al día,
available
7 días a la semana, el
24/7,
poder ofrecer esos
and
servicios
we can
y captar tanto
provide
a los usuarios
services, and
tradicionales
we
que
can
ya
attract
acudieran a nuestra
traditional
sala, como a los
users
nuevos usuarios
and new
virtuales, y
virtual
favorecer esa
users,
captación y el
and
ofrecerles esos contenidos, recursos y servicios.
provide them with
Pues
these
Docutrend es un portal
services and
que
resources.
parece
So
mentira, pero ya tiene
Docutrend,
22 años. O
it's
sea,
22 years old.
se creó en 2003
It
con
was
la
created in
colaboración del entonces
2003 with
Ministerio
the
de Ciencia y
collaboration of the
Tecnología
Ministry of
para
Science and
ofrecer un recurso
Technology
electrónico
to
novedoso,
provide
totalmente novedoso en
a
aquel momento. Estamos
novel
hablando de 2003.
electronic
Ya
resources.
ha
This is
llovido un poquito.
2003 we're talking about.
Y que fuera
It was a while
el
ago.
poder acceder no solo a nuestros OPACs, a nuestros catálogos, sino
People
también
could
ofrecer
access
una
our
serie de recursos y
catalogs,
productos pues que ampliaran y que cualquier
and we
aficionado interesado en
provided
el ferrocarril y
different
el
resources so that
transporte
every
pudiera
person
acceder a ellos de la
interested
forma más cómoda
in
posible.
railways could easily access them.
Obviamente el paso del tiempo pasa para todos y también para nuestro portal, por lo que
Time goes by for
fue en
everyone,
2023 cuando decidimos que era necesario llevar a cabo su renovación.
and
Para
it
ello
was
contamos también
renovated.
con una subvención del
We
Ministerio de
received a
Cultura, pues,
subsidy
los
from
fondos Next
Ministry
Generation,
of
ya
Culture,
sabemos,
Next
y
Generation
que nos ha
Funds. You're familiar
permitido,
with
aparte
them.
de lo que ya
And with
ofrecíamos
that,
en
besides
nuestro
everything
portal
that we are
original,
offering,
pues
that we were
primero
offering in our original
integrar el nuevo
portal,
catálogo del
now we've
archivo, que
been
es el
able
que
to
se ha
integrate the
estado
new
viendo con el
archive
programa que se
catalog,
rige con el
the one
programa de
you've
gestión
seen,
ATOM,
with
es
the
un software
Atom
libre,
Management
de
Program.
acceso,
It's
bueno,
an
lo que
open
estamos
source
tendiendo todos los centros, como sucede con en el caso de las
software.
bibliotecas
All
Congoja, todo ese
centers
tipo
are
de software
using
permite
it.
una
This
mayor
type of
colaboración
software allows us to have more
que
collaboration.
pretendíamos. Bueno, wow. Bueno, pues nada, y facilitar la visualización, pues adecuarlo,
People can
mejorar sus
view it,
prestaciones y demás.
it's adapted,
Dentro de él
better
surgió
services.
la iniciativa y la opción de desarrollar un metabuscador, es decir,
There was an
una
initiative
forma
to
de
develop
ofrecer una herramienta, porque bueno,
meta engine,
realmente a los usuarios tampoco están ellos pensando, ay, esto es un documento de archivo, esto es
because
un documento de biblioteca.
users
Al usuario
don't
lo que le
say,
interesa
oh,
es
this is an archive
conseguir
document
toda
or
la
a library
información
document.
relacionada
Users
con
just
su tema de
want to get
interés,
all the information
independientemente que
related
sea un
to
expediente,
their
un plano,
interest,
un
whether it's a
libro, una
file,
imagen,
a
tal. Por
map,
eso
a book,
pensamos
an
en desarrollar
image.
ese metabuscador que ya
That's
está
why
implantado
we
en nuestro
thought of
portal,
developing
que
this
permite
meta
unificar las
engine, which is
búsquedas
already
desde una
implemented,
única
to
herramienta y de
unify
esta forma favorecer que, pues, que el
queries
usuario
from a
pudiera
single
descubrir
tool so that
nuevas
users
fuentes o que incluso no había él pensado en su momento que pudieran estar relacionadas con su temática.
can access them even they didn't know this was
Este
related
metabuscador,
to
pues, bueno, ha sido posible gracias a
the topic
que
they're interested on.
este uso de estos sistemas de gestión libres y colaborativos,
So
que
this
la empresa que
collaborative
nos migró
system,
a Atom, Pandora
the
Gestión
company
Documental, además está
that migrated
trabajando en
us
este tipo de
to Atom
soluciones de
works in
integración de
this
modelos de
type
datos y de
solutions to integrate data
interoperabilidad
models
entre
and
distintos sistemas. Y el
interoperabilities
hecho
across the
también de
different
que, como os he
systems.
dicho antes, ese maravilloso centro intermodal que
And
somos,
the
puedes consultar todas
intermodal
las
center
referencias de lo
that
que te
we are, you
interese
can check
en
all the
un mismo espacio, es decir,
references
hacer la búsqueda en el
you're
metabuscador y
interested
tú nos
on
puedes
in a
solicitar
single
en la misma
space.
sala
You
de
do your
consulta durante
query
nuestro horario de
and
atención,
at
pues
the
que tenéis
reading room
de esto de
during the
archivos, esto de
opening
biblioteca
hours
o
you
esto de
can
fototeca,
ask us.
por ejemplo. Ahí veis un poco lo que es una caja sencilla, tipo Google
This
y demás,
simple
registros
query
sencillos.
box,
Y bueno, ahí seguimos
Google-like,
evolucionando. De momento solo
and
tiene
we continue to
la
evolve.
búsqueda sencilla,
So
pero
far, there's
poco a
the
poco ya
simple
estamos
query
trabajando en esa búsqueda
function,
avanzada con la
and we're
idea
working in the
de que
advanced
esa herramienta, pues
search
eso,
so that
facilite
this
esa búsqueda integrada de información a los usuarios
makes
y que
integrated
además pueda ser
searches
adaptable a otras
easier,
instituciones.
and so that it can be adapted to other
en esa
institutions.
colaboración absolutamente necesaria
Again,
que tenemos
this
que tener en los distintos centros.
collaboration that
A
we
través de
need
esos sistemas
across
de gestión, pues ya
centers.
colaboramos colaboramos en la descripción, en la creación de puntos de acceso de materiales, bueno, esto también puede ser otra opción a futuro que puedan tener centros como los nuestros. Estos serían todos los servicios que ofrecemos,
So
pues,
these
tanto
are
en
all
nuestra
of our
sala de
services,
consulta presencial, que sería con una
the
horario de atención de
reading
lunes a
room,
viernes,
which is open from
solo en
Monday
horario de
to
mañana, y
Friday,
luego pues, bueno, pues,
only
nuestro
in the
portal que
morning,
enriquece todo
and
eso y que
then our
permite
portal that
el uso en
enriches
cualquier
these,
momento y a cualquier
and
hora,
it can
¿no?
be used
Entonces también,
24/7.
pues bueno, nuestro compromiso con la investigación,
Our
algo obvio en los
commitment
centros patrimoniales, como son
research,
los
this is
museos, los archivos
something
y las bibliotecas, esa
obvious
necesidad
in
de generar nuevo conocimiento y
document
fomentar la
centers. There's
investigación
this
basada
need
en
of
los fondos que
generating new
conservamos,
knowledge and
una
foster
investigación
research
que se
based
realiza de forma
on the
interna y externa,
collections
¿no?
that we
Con todo
have.
este tipo de tareas de apoyo,
With
creación
these
de nuevos
tasks,
publicaciones, colaboración,
new
participación en congresos,
publications,
jornadas y
collaboration,
demás.
taking part in conferences,
Bueno, que os
etc.
pone algunos ejemplos, también muy importante esa
Some
generación de
examples here.
contenidos que para las
Content
redes sociales
generation, this is very
de
important
nuestra
for
fundación,
our
por la que
social
también participamos
media.
muy activamente.
We're
Y bueno, aquí
active
algunos
there.
ejemplos.
And you
No
see
voy a
some
incidir
examples
mucho más.
here.
Bueno, pues igual, nuestro compromiso con la educación y la formación, lo que
Commitment
hablábamos antes.
with
Hay que
education and
educar y
training.
formar a los
We need
usuarios
to
para
educate
que
and
sepan
train
cuáles son sus
users
derechos.
so
Uno
that they are aware of
básico
their
es el
rights.
acceso
A
universal a la
basic one
información, a la
is
educación y a
universal
la cultura.
access to
Entonces,
information,
bueno, si
education,
se
and
comprenden esos
culture.
derechos,
If
se
they
pondrán las bases para
understand
que los
their
usuarios respeten y
rights,
valoren
they
el
will
patrimonio
respect and
maravilloso,
value the
industrial,
wonderful
histórico,
heritage
cultural
that we have,
que tenemos.
industrial,
Entonces, bueno,
cultural.
pues participamos en la
So
gestión y
we
tutorización de
take part
prácticas,
in
colaboramos en programas, formación
managing
especializada y
internship
demás,
programs,
con
etc.
universidades como esta o como...
with the universities
Bueno,
such as this one,
y
with other
ya
universities.
finalizo,
And
sería un
just to
poco pues las estrategias que
conclude,
seguimos más
let me
actualmente
talk about the current strategies
favorecer de
that we
cara a esa parte
implement in order to
virtual y esa posibilidad de
favor
que
virtually
cualquiera pueda
and the
acceder
possibility
a
for
su
anybody
patrimonio
to have access
ferroviario
to
desde cualquier
the
sitio, pues
railway
tenemos la
heritage
realización
from
de estos
wherever.
temáticas
So
virtuales que
we
permiten,
have
trabajando nuestros fondos, pues
virtual
hablar sobre una
thematic
temática concreta,
exhibitions to
realizadas
talk
por
about
momentos
different
de efemérides,
topics, for
conmemoraciones, y
commemorations,
bueno,
festivities,
y su,
etc.
como decía,
And
y que
as
perduran en el
I'm
tiempo para ser
saying, this
recursos de
is
información que generen nuevo
lasting in
conocimiento.
time
Por
so
eso
that new
están disponibles tanto en
knowledge is
Documental como
created.
en la
So
página
they
web del
are
museo.
made available
Aquí hay
at
los
Docutrend
ejemplos de
and the
algunas de las que
website
tenemos
of the
disponibles.
museum. So
Luego
these
también a
are
través
part
de
of the
nuestro
pictures
portal
we
pues
have
incidimos mucho
and all the
en
things we have
ofrecer siempre
available.
nuevos
So we
contenidos digitales
try
y
to
recursos.
offer
Nuestras colecciones
always
digitales
new
ya ofrecemos acceso
resources
a toda nuestra
and
colección de
digital
libros de
collections.
antiguas
So
compañías, las
we
memorias de
include the
Renfe,
minutes
acciones y
and the
obligaciones, esa
memories of
documentación mercantil
Renfe,
tan importante
access
para
and
el tipo de
obligations, so
empresas
activities that are
de
very
las que
important
estamos
for the
hablando,
kind of
y las
company we
guías
are
de
dealing
horarios que
with,
también nos
and
ofrecen una
also
información maravillosa para
the
conocer
guides.
cómo era pues, lo típico. Es que este ferrocarril salía aquí, no, pues a esta
So,
hora.
and the timetables, that is very important from a historical point of view, historical point of view, because that it's important to know how railways worked in the past. So we include all pieces that we consider curious enough or interested, even if they are not under a specific thematic section, and then monthly activities done in libraries or collections that are to be disseminated. And lastly, visits, guided tours, as it was done in all the sites, but we add to that other cultural activities in order to continue disseminating. For example, books, presentations, roundtables, books crossing, escape rooms, etc. All that is included. All this is included in our collection, so that we reach out to public from all walks of life, not only the experts, but the society at large. So this is just another example. I just wanted to say also that I wanted to invite you to the museum that was considered by National Geographic as the most important popular culture museum. So please come and visit, and thank you very much. And sorry for taking too much of the time. I hope everything was clear. So thank you very much, Leticia.
Enhorabuena por el trabajo que realizáis desde el archivo.
Thank you very much for the job you do at the archive as a reference point to know about railways. And we know that many people are really interested on railways. It's very attractive for society at large. Let's move on now, and I'll give the floor to the next speaker. While she prepares, I'm going to read some lines of her bio. Vanessa María Sainz Díaz
Parece que no.
Pues ahora sí.
No, yes. Thank you for the invitation. I have 60 slides. I know we don't have much time. I would like to go as fast as possible. The mic is a little far from the speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I'm going to give you a context. Vanessa, let me introduce you to the audience first. I'm going to introduce you to the audience first. I'm sure the audience is interested to know you a little bit more. So Vanessa María Sáenz Díaz has a degree in history by the University of Cantabria. She developed her professional track record in the field of archives. She started collaborating with different municipal, personal archives and the provincial historical archives of Cantabria. In 2006, she became assistant of Torrelavega archive, first as an intern and then as a technical expert, and she continues to work there. Throughout her professional career, she has acquired vast experience in collection, organization, and citizenship assistance, contributing to the preservation of the documents of heritage and the municipal environment. Her presentation is entitled Rescuing Document Heritage of Sniace by the Municipal Archive of Torrelavega. Now, yes, Vanessa, once introduced, you are the floor. I'm so sorry, says Vanessa, I'm very nervous. So the first thing, I'm going to give you a context as an introduction of what is Torrelavega, where it is located. We are here in Madrid, and I made this presentation at Torrelavega, so everybody knows the city, but I need to give you a context. I'm sure probably a lot of people don't know where this little town of 50,000 inhabitants is. I can see the pointer, says the speaker.
Bien, ahí estamos. Supongo que esto sea para avanzar. Ahí.
Okay, so here we are. So, the
Torrelavega
context. Torrelavega is a small city and municipality of Cantabria, a small town in the north of Spain, 35 square kilometers in Spain, and we are surrounded by a river which gives us the industrial richness that started in the 19th century in our country, and then we have Barreda, Campuzano, Ruale, Becanto, La Montaña, Servando, Tanos, Torres, and Biermoles. These are the little towns that are part of Torrelavega. But this has not always been like this. The history of Torrelavega, and this is a picture of the city, the history of Torrelavega dates back to prehistoric times. Many of you have heard probably Altamira Caves in Santillana, 10 kilometers away from Torrelavega, but I'm not going to talk about prehistoric times. We are going to talk about the history of the 13th and 18th century with the De la Vega family and the Dukes of the Infantado that ruled in the city. At that time, the city was a valley, and the towns, Honor del Viergo, and the other towns that were independent and then were linked to the city. But the main change happened since the 18th, 19th century. Torrelavega, during the Duques of Infantado, the period was away from the route to the port of Santander.
y no atravesaba, sino que dejaba a un lado a Torrelavega.
the route
Con la inauguración en
go through
1753 del
Torrelavega.
Camino de
With
las
the
Lanas, del Camino de
inauguration in
Reynosa,
1763,
que atraviesa la ciudad,
with the
y
opening of the
con la
way of
declaración del puerto
Reynosa
de Santander
that
como
goes
para el
through
libre
the
comercio
city,
con América en
and the
1778,
opening of
va a dar un
Santander
impulso muy
Harbor
grande a
to
Torrelavega.
free exchange
Ello se
with
une
Latin America, with America.
al ferrocarril
This
que llega
gives
entre
Torrelavega
1831 y 1866, el
momentum.
ferrocarril Alar-Santander, y
Railways
posteriormente entre
arrived in
1895 y 1905
1831,
el ferrocarril
1886,
que
and
va
between
de Oviedo a Santander.
1895
Ello va a
1905,
provocar que en
the
esta época, siglo
building
XIX, se
of the
instalen
railway
importantes
between
empresas en
Santander and
Torrelavega
Oviedo. As
o
a
en su
result of
entorno.
that,
Por
many
ejemplo, la
companies
Real
came to
Compañía Asturiana
Torrelavega.
de Minas, en
For
torno a
example, the
1856
Royal
en Riocín, en el
mines
municipio de al lado.
industry in
Solvay, que
closing a
empieza a
neighboring
explotar
town
los
started
pozos de sal de
exploiting
Polanco en
salt in
1867,
Polanco
o la azucarera
or sugar.
montañesa, que se instala en 1898, pero por
The
falta
sugar company that,
de materia prima se ve obligada a transformarse
went
en la
there
lechera montañesa
the
en 1926.
end of the
siglo
19th
XX, el cambio
century.
es
In the 20th
espectacular, se
century, the
conforma ya lo que
change is
se da en
spectacular.
denominar el conglomerado
So
industrial en
the
Torrelavega.
industrial and commercial
Solvay,
conglomerate
que
of
lleva
Torrelavega
explotando
was
los pozos de
created.
Polanco
So
desde 1867,
since
se va a
1867,
instalar en
the
la
company
zona
that
de
exploited
Requejada
Polanco
Barrera
installed
entre
themselves in
1904 y
Requejada Barrera
1908.
between
También hay
1904
otras
and
pequeñas empresas como la
1908.
Granja Port, que se
Smaller
instala en
companies
1915,
like Granja
en
Port was
1920 la industria
established there in
jabonera, en 1933
1915,
queserías,
then a
bebidas
soap
o
company,
autogomas, que todo el
and
mundo
then
conocerá,
a rubber
Firestone,
company
Continental o
working
Bristol,
for
que
Firestone,
luego se
Continental
traslada
of Bristol,
a Puente San Miguel.
were
Y en
set up there. And then in 1939, and between 1939 and 44, is when Torrelavega really was transformed. It is very important because when they arrived in Torrelavega, Torrelavega had 2,000 inhabitants. In 1992, Torrelavega reached a peak more than 60,000 inhabitants. The transformation is dramatic. The lot of urban heritage was brutal due to the need of hosting, putting up with all these new people. And in the 21st century, Torrelavega starts to decline. As it is, many companies are shut down. Mamsite, the first one to close, and then in 2020, the final shutdown is occurred. A shutdown that started in 1990. As a result of all that, we can see a change in the demographics in Torrelavega. So that in the Middle Ages, only 200 inhabitants, in the, let's say, between the 13th and the 18th century, and then we reached 20,000, but in a few periods of time, more than 40,000 inhabitants that reached a peak in 1992, and since then, we started to lose inhabitants, and now we only have 50,000 inhabitants. I think last year there was an increase, small increase, but ever since the number of inhabitants have been declined. This is the municipality of Torrelavega from the air. I wanted to show you, but in the north, where Barreda is located, is the area with the highest evolution, because we have more than 200,000 houses there. 200 houses, not 200,000, 200. And here in the yellow line, this is Barreda, this is Esniace town. The yellow line is the highway, and this is an area that was developed in the 50s with a private promotion to put up with all the population that comes to Esniace and work in Esniace. As many companies of the time, as the mayor of Arija said, is a family company, not only building houses but other infrastructures like bridges, churches, care for children, schools, schools for learners within the company, and also a hospital. To attract workers, they created service provided to them, which was really helpful for the town. We can see other areas also growing. For the history of Esniace, I was using this book by a local historian, José Ortiz Sá. in collaboration with his father-in-law, who was working there, they published this book. And the idea was to publish a second edition, because the first edition is between 1940 till 1960, the second edition from 1960 to the current time. It was not possible, but we'll have at least this book to talk about the beginning of SNIACE.
Ahora iba a hablar un poquitín de lo que es la historia del asentamiento de SNIACE, que comienza en el año 39.
History of SNIACE that started in 1939.
En el año 39,
in 1939, and before the Civil War, so they decided to create SNIACE, but they don't know where they were going to set this up. In 1939, a deadline for the project that ended on December 13, 1940. Obviously, in this short amount of time, it was not possible, so they needed to extend the period. So the SNIACE installation was supported by the declaration of SNIACE as a national interest company in April 1940. That was important for the establishment, with a reduction of 50% of taxes for 15 years, and also exemptions for tariffs regarding tools and machines. So the creation project that had to be ended by the end of 1940 was finally approved in 1941, and on October 12, 1941, the first stone was established. And so the area is a floodable area by the Saja and Vesaya rivers that go around the city, that come together at the level of the city. So it's like the Nile every winter. So that's why it was very productive, and this is the reason why SNIACE was established there. But of course, infrastructure to defend against flooding had to be created. Otherwise, every winter, floodings happened. So these are pictures for the cornerstone in 1941 with the authorities. So we go back to continue with the scheme. After the first stone in 1941, the construction was completed in 1944, October 28, 1944, when they started production. It is an industry such as the one you will see now on the picture. The image of the building and how the complex was in 1944. So it's big, and it was done in only 3 years. And they used to that labor coming from prisoners, prisons from the Civil War. So this prisoner had to live there until completion. And they also used raw material for the building, and they created the quarry, and they structured some cable transportation tools to transport stone from the quarry to where the factory was created. So these are some aerial pictures of Torre la Vega, some catastrophe airs. So that's the first American flight that took these pictures, and we used the Mapas Cantabria, and we can see the evolution of the city. So this one is of the 50s. Now this is how the city grows up.
Aquí esta fotografía vemos que ya es
on
cuando
this
se ha
picture
cerrado
we can
la
see
presa de minas, porque
when the
ese
mine
lago
company
artificial que vemos ahí
was
son la
shut
presa de
down.
minas
This is an
que
artificial
sacaba el
lake
agua con bombas, deja de
created by
funcionar las
this mine
bombas
company
y se
that
inunda
used
todo
pumps
el pozo de
to get the
extracción que
money
era al aire libre.
and to get the water. And when
Y
the
ahí
company
tenemos
closed,
señalados, digamos,
the
las zonas
flood
en las que más
happened.
influencia o
So
más
these are
crecieron
land
de la
registry.
ciudad
Do
por la
not forget
implantación de la empresa
pictures.
SNIACE.
So
Tenemos
these
al
are
norte donde vemos
where
el círculo, la
SNIACE
zona de
was
Barreda.
created. So
La
in
zona
the
de
northern
Barreda
area,
tenemos por
Barreda
ahí.
area, in Barreda, we can see, for example, in the Barreda area, we can see
Cuándo crece cada uno de los
many of the things that happen.
De los núcleos, la zona de Barreda es en
Obviously,
torno a
the
los años 40, la
Barreda
zona de
area
mobiliario
grew
en torno a
in
los
the
años
1940s,
50,
the
luego el Zapatón,
real estate in the
no lo vemos
50s,
ahí señalado,
then
pero sí
Zapaton
que
area,
el
which cannot
Pentágono y
see,
el otro que tenemos
but
al
the
lado es la zona
Pentagon
del
and the
barrio
other one
Covadonga y Nueva
is
Ciudad, son los
Covadonga and Nueva
barrios de
Ciudad
Campuzano.
neighborhoods. Campo Sano neighborhoods, and then the area in the rectangle isolated is the Torres that was not impacted by Esniaces, but this is where the houses of the engineers of the mine were built. These are the infrastructures of Sniace. This is the workers' area of Barreda, then the houses of La Lechera. The other side of the river, this is the casino that was destroyed after the highway was created. Everything was destroyed for the highway to Torrelavega. The church that was preserved, and the children's care house. It's a local development building now. So the casino, with a mosaic, a lot of people come to take pictures of this mosaic. Talavera clay tiles. So this is part of the This is part of the current archive now. So this is the children's house, that is the local development area, the church that is still in operation, and as I said to you before, the casino, where we had a cinema, theater, library, only for the Sniace workers, has been transformed now into the municipal archive that was opened in 2010 with new facilities. This is the Sniace racing circle that was expropriated, and now it's a sports center. And also the school that in 25 years, a cooperative is now in charge of the school, and it's still in operation. So Sniace not only implies a complete transformation of Talavera, but also a complete transformation of north of Spain. The Torrelavega environment is influenced by planting of eucalyptus. Is the raw material used by Sniace, with some advantages at a national level because they use national raw material, so they create a policy to foster planting this raw material in the north of Spain. And if we go to the north of Spain, we will see mounds, forests, that have been transformed by the planting of this foreign specimen, which has completely transformed the environment. Let me tell you an anecdote now. As a result of the rescue of the document heritage, we have rescued the entire Sniace heritage, but a lot of the documents are still owned by the company. But this letter that was extracted by the book I showed to you before, I don't know if we could read this, but this letter is it's a letter by the first director of Sniace, coming from Italy. Part of the capital is Italian, not all the capital or not the equity, but part of the equity is Italian. So they send a manager from Italy to take care of the work. This engineer comes alone from Italy and leaving the family in Italy. The family is brought from Italy as a result of World War II. So they moved to Torrelavega, and the wife said, "Oh, I'm impressed by the works at Sniace." And she had studied fine arts in Turin, and she sees all the works done at Sniace. She creates a picture using the different lines, and this is this picture with all the perspective lines. As you can see, it's a wonderful picture, and the son of this woman says that whenever she had to go down to feed the family, that she had to dismantle everything. And I don't know if we can go back, but he tells the story in this letter, because he thought this picture disappeared. And when I went to Sniace Niace for the first time, I found the picture and said, please send this to the archive. And they told me, oh, the picture is covering a window, and we don't want to take it out because many robberies happened here, and we don't want the window to be opened again. This is how I found the picture. And after, found this. The picture disappeared, so probably the picture was robbed. But I contacted the personnel, and they told me, no, that was not the case. We rescued the picture, and the painting is safe, but it didn't disappear. So that was the anecdote I wanted to tell to you. So I contacted the family, the man that wrote the letter that thought that the painting disappeared is passed away, so I contacted his sister and his sister's son. All the family believed the painting disappeared, but it's not the case. So this is how we rescued. I'll try to be as fast as possible, but there's a great deal of data I wanted to tell you. So I visited Niace many times, but I wanted to show you the pictures. I don't have time in 5 minutes only to tell you everything. But so after the first visit to measure the volume, we determined that there is more than 4 linear kilometers of documents. In the municipal archives, I have 1.5 kilometers with no space for anything else. So this is one of the big facilities with 4 meters of height. I don't remember how deep it is, this facility. I have obviously all the notes. More images here. In the middle, you can see a huge room with the boxes of the shares and actions of the company. This couldn't be salvaged. This information is economic or financial information with codes that will never be deciphered, so tragedy is lower, is lesser. So we saw all these documents in this indicando el proceso que realiza. Cabinet, el proceso sí que es importante. El proceso the process is important, and the process indicated that we needed to find a safe place to place all this information. They always talk about paper facilities at the back of the facilities, but all the thieves, they want to rob machines, but not paper. So they're not interested in paper, they are interested in this cabinet or this files. And they said, all the men said, it's impossible to take them to the first floor. But once when we got there, one time we got there, and all these cabinets disappeared.
Estos armarios sí que se los llevaron, pero antes de que se los llevasen, gracias a la iniciativa particular del archivo, yo persona que acudía con un compañero del archivo histórico provincial en sus ratos libres porque tenía que cogerse vacaciones porque desde su institución no le dejaban acudir a ayudar, con lo cual se cogía días de permiso para venir a ayudarme. Rescatamos la documentación importante de esos armarios, con lo cual cuando se los llevaron ya no tenía documentación de interés. Y aquí sé que rescatamos documentación de viviendas,
information about lodging, access to the lodging, and how this kind of lodges were managed. All this could not be rescued. That was part of the library. When we arrived on the second time, the cupboards were non-existent. These cupboards with personnel information disappeared. This information was, let's say, put away because a lot of personal information is there. Small cupboards with all the lab processes of Niace, and this is what we found in the first visit. This cupboard, as I said, the process was to find a place, to try to find transportation. Transportation was hard because transporting 4.5 kilometers of linear kilometers of information was hard, but the documents were spread all over the offices that were used by in all the labs and all the facilities. So once we got there, we got the impression that they had been working the day before and they left and they never came back because all the coffee cups and the sugar sachets were there. So everything was there. So this specific cupboard was really humid. In the technical office, we can see problems on the floor because the roof collapsed, and every time in Torre la Vega rains, and it's in the north of Spain, so there's a lot of rain. So the positive thing is that because the windows were opened every time they got wet, they dried because of the air coming in through the windows. And we need to first clean all this. The only possibility is to hire a restoration expert. That was the only money we could have. The only thing we could rescue is the documents we could transport on our own vans. So this is a summary. Of course, I had a script, but I cannot skip the script, stick to the script. So this is the cupboard we were able to recover. As you can see at the back, these wonderful ladders that were designed by SNIASE designers. As many companies at the time, people working at SNIASE designed not only machines and facilities, but also cupboards adapted to the documentation they had to preserve. And the ladder, and they had different rails at different heights for them not to have to carry boxes up and down. But the ladder disappeared. It was a metal ladder and it disappeared.
So this is the beginning of the works. From September to December, we were requesting quotes. So at that point, we only had cleaning. Cleaning work started in January, and a couple of weeks later, power was cut because people were still installing things that high tension cables were on the ground. Short circuit risk was high, so no power. Cleaning had to be mechanical with a brush. The cleaner was going to clean documents any way he could and then put them into boxes. The paper hole holes on the wall, they wanted to transfer documents there, but my request is if they were going to transfer documents there, everything should be repaired, even though it wasn't the best thing. This is what we found one day, on a Monday, the same box that you see here, with all the panels that divide the offices, were on the ground because they wanted the aluminium profiles. And we need to put documents into boxes again. These were not the conditions workers usually accept. It was dangerous. So we stopped the cleaning work.
Todas las cajas tenían una titulación, un rótulo por fuera, pues hacer un inventario y se ofreció el propio restaurador a realizarlo, iba todos los días y tomaba nota de todo lo que había en esas cajas, para tener un inventario inicial. Eso se vuelca después en un Excel y tenemos un inventario. En marzo nos ocurre esto, tenemos que paralizarlo, pero claro, al ocurrir eso ya las autoridades toman parte y dicen, bueno, ahora sí lo tenemos que trasladar, ya no podemos dejarlo. Las oficinas donde se está limpiando, vamos a
cannot be left in those offices. Let's bring it to
lo reparan en la puerta y desde marzo que lo llevamos allí, estos son los planeros, estos 7 planeros se rescatan de la oficina técnica, una asociación que no lo he dicho al principio, que es la red de Patrimonio Industrial de Cantabria, que es la que genera que yo llegue a estas dependencias, porque desde 2020, cuando se cierra la industria, es los que andan trabajando detrás de las autoridades en conservar todo el patrimonio, y gracias a ellos se rescatan unas cuantas máquinas que habían llevado a papelera, y es la razón por la que los gitanos revientan papelera para rescatar esas máquinas para llevarlas a chatarrar. Esta asociación estaba muy interesada en rescatar todo esto, y su interés hace que estos son 7 de los 33 planeros que había verticales, el resto de los 33 los han metido en otra nave que sí tenía cerrada y custodiada, creyendo que hacían un favor. La desgracia es que cuando entramos en esa nave, que yo no puedo entrar hasta enero, esa nave, al estar cerrada a cal y canto y haberlos trasladado mojados, han generado muchísimos más hongos que estos que estaban ventilados constantemente. Todos ellos nos los llevamos, ahí vemos el traslado, nos los llevamos a la nave papelera, ahí los tenemos en la nave papelera. Aquí tenemos las veces que nos revientan la nave, nos hacen botones, nos refuerzan la puerta, nos vuelven a reforzar la puerta. Esta es la última vez, hasta 4 veces nos la reforzaron y nos dijeron ya no hay dinero para reforzarla más. Digo, pues habrá que sacarlo de ahí, porque si hemos gastado dinero en llevarlo hasta ahí, ahora que vamos a hacer, lo dejamos ahí a que no se lo van a llevar porque el papel no les interesa, pero lo van a romper, porque cada vez que iban y veían papeles. Bueno, os voy a pasar un poquito rápido. De ahí lo trasladamos, esto es en marzo, en abril nos lo trasladan al Mercado Nacional de Ganados de Torrelavega. El Mercado Nacional de Ganados de Torrelavega es uno de los más grandes de España y de Europa. Finalmente el armario logró rescatarse, lo metimos en cajas, lo trasladamos en lugar de una nave papelera, lo trasladamos al archivo con idea de trasladarlo después al mercado, pero finalmente se nos ha quedado en el archivo. Ahí vemos en la furgoneta del archivo cargada con mucho de los materiales que hemos rescatado. Ahí está en el depósito 3 del archivo, que nosotros lo tenemos de almacén. Vemos que las condiciones no son las óptimas, es un almacén, y ahí lo tenemos esperando al rescate. Una vez que lo rescatamos hasta aquí, se vuelve a emitir otro informe, y lo que se pide es de nuevo un local que ya tenga unas dimensiones aproximadas de la documentación que hemos rescatado, que sean unos 200 metros cuadrados lo que necesitamos, que se dote de mobiliario, es decir, unos planeros nuevos porque no los podemos reutilizar, y una estantería, y finalmente que se realice un procesado de la documentación, pero como todo en esta vida se hace al revés. Pues lo único que conseguimos es que Gobierno de Cantabria nos eche una mano, la Consejería de Cultura nos contrate a un técnico que va a comenzar por el procesado archivístico, que no tenemos dónde dejar. Entonces, todo esto es la documentación que se ha rescatado en las condiciones que hemos dicho. Se han rescatado, digo, los 33 planeros, esto sí que lo tengo por aquí, 92 cajas de mudanzas, donde tenemos las 580 cajas que había en el armario de pared que hemos visto antes, el de la escalera, 50 cajas de mudanzas, 3 tubos de zinc, estos eran muy interesantes, porque estaban en un sótano inundable, y dentro de esos tubos de zinc, que como estaban oscuras porque no tenían luz, no los habían visto los chatarreros, había muchos planos de consorcios. 26 tubos más de planos y 2 cajas de mudanzas con más planos que el restaurador rescató por el resto de dependencias. Aquí tenemos parte de la documentación rescatada para que se vea un poco que hay de todo, pero más bien como muestreo, porque no es completo, no podíamos hacerlo. Esa caja que vemos o ese fardo que vemos ahí en el suelo también lo encontramos en el mismo sitio que los contenedores de zinc. Estaban en los sótanos inundables, como se había cortado la luz, se inundaba, y ahí había unas chapas metálicas puestas en madera, que es con lo que se imprimen las revistas. La empresa tenía unas revistas en las que hablaban de los obreros, de todas las acciones sociales que hacía la empresa, además de las memorias, que las memorias son más reflejo de la producción de la empresa. Todo eso hemos intentado rescatarlo, nos faltan algunas lagunas, pero sí que lo tenemos. Este cuadro también tiene una pequeña anécdota, y es que estaba en las dependencias donde hemos visto que nos las destruyeron de un viernes a un lunes. Ese mismo viernes dije, este cristal, están entrando, lo van a romper, me lo llevo al archivo, y el lunes lo encontramos así, en la pared donde estaba apoyado, que es la misma imagen de antes. Bueno, lo único que tenemos ahora ya es la imagen del procesado archivístico. Lo que hacemos es que las cajas que nos guardó el restaurador restaurador con una primera limpieza, nos las estamos llevando, como en el archivo no tenemos un local adaptado para realizar sus trabajos, nos los estamos llevando a otras dependencias que los bomberos muy amablemente nos han cedido, que necesitan pues de iluminación, ventilación y que esté libre de cualquier otro tipo de mobiliario más que una mesa y poco más, porque podría generar contaminación de hongos, aunque ya está previamente limpiado. Estiramos los planos uno a uno, les sellamos, les signaturamos y incorporamos toda esta descripción al Excel que habíamos hecho primero con el inventario que nos había hecho el restaurador, posteriormente con todo el inventario que hace del rescate, que se ve volcado a esa misma tabla Excel, y ya finalmente se completa con la descripción, la mayoría de las veces a nivel de unidad documental y algunas veces a nivel de agrupación por el volumen de planos que tenemos. Y se llevan de nuevo al archivo, también en depósito temporal, bajan del depósito 3 que tenemos de almacén al depósito 1 que está acondicionado como archivo, y hemos llevado en agosto las primeras 22 cajas ya con el procesado archivístico, aunque no sería lo deseable, es lo que tenemos. Esta es la tabla Excel que nos están haciendo, vemos en amarillo digamos los inventarios iniciales, y ya en blanco vemos la descripción individual, y esta tabla Excel tenemos la idea de volcarlo a nuestra base de datos, que como puede chupar datos de un Excel, pues esperamos que lo podamos hacer en un futuro. Y bueno, he intentado ser lo más breve posible, no ha sido una exposición muy buena, pero por lo menos quería mostrar el trabajo que se ha hecho, que no es lo deseable, pero es lo que hemos podido.
Es muy interesante el rescate de esta...
Yes, this is all very interesting.
Muy interesante el rescate de estos archivos que tienen de estas empresas con tanto arraigo en la comunidad y que sin duda forman parte del patrimonio.
Sí que decir que como región no forma parte del patrimonio, puesto que la ley de nuestra región dice que tienen que ser de más de 100 años y estos no alcanzan.
Pues andamos muy mal de tiempo. Lo previsto era que subieran los ponentes a la mesa para que pudieran lanzar algunas cuestiones el auditorio, pero no va a ser posible. De manera que desde aquí quiero dar las gracias a los 4 ponentes de la mesa, extraordinario, a Joshua, a María Jesús, a Leticia y a Vanessa. Y sin más, pues le damos un aplauso de nuevo a los 4 y damos paso a la siguiente.
Bien, hola a todos de nuevo. Continuamos hablando de los archivos de empresa y los derechos humanos. Me acompañan en la mesa Blanca Bazaco, a quien ya conocéis del coloquio anterior y que en esta participación va a actuar fundamentalmente como secretaria de la sección de Archivos y Derechos Humanos del Consejo Internacional de Archivos, a pesar de su papel también como representante del Archivo Regional de la Comunidad de Madrid, y Carlos Salamanca Villamizar, investigador independiente del CONICET, un organismo similar a nuestro CSIC en Argentina. Doy la palabra a Blanca para que comience con su ponencia titulada Documentos y defensa de los derechos humanos en el mundo empresarial, donde reflexiona sobre el papel del archivo como garantía ética y jurídica frente a las vulneraciones de derechos
Archives as bueno, muchas gracias por la atención. Me imagino que ya estamos todo el mundo cansado. Intentaré ceñirme al tiempo que me han dado. Después de las excelentes exposiciones que hemos visto esta mañana, que todo el rato me lo he llevado a mi terreno, que ahora vais a ver, ¿vale? Pero este es un ejemplo, que escenifican muy bien esta otra parte que yo, mi intención es hacer llegar. Ya lo he dicho esta mañana en la mesa redonda, que es cierto que hay que preservar el patrimonio documental industrial porque tiene un gran valor como memoria. Pero mi papel aquí es incidir en la parte social que tiene. Es cierto que está muy bien conocer nuestro pasado, pero ese pasado también puede servir para rendir cuentas y también sirve para garantizar los derechos de me gusta empezar con eso. Yo soy archivera. No sé si aquí la gente en general, sí que yo creo que hay muchos profesionales de archivo. No sé si está tan claro siempre la vinculación que tiene el título que he traído yo aquí, que es las empresas, ¿no? Los documentos empresariales y los derechos humanos. Entonces, me retrotraigo a la vinculación entre archivos y derechos humanos.
I'll go back to the link between archives and
como ha dicho Uría, del que yo formo parte, que es una institución muy compleja, es un organismo internacional grandísimo y hay miles de intereses,
it's a very complex organization
pero
with many
ya desde los
interests
años
combined
90
together.
empieza a verse la necesidad
Back in the
con el
80s,
fin de los
they saw
regímenes
the need,
represivos
the end of
del telón de acero,
repressive regimes,
el fin de las
behind the Iron
dictaduras
Curtain, the
en
end of
Latinoamérica.
dictatorships in Latin
Todo eso genera una
America.
gran masa
All of this
documental
created a
que
huge
el
mass of
Consejo Internacional de
documents,
Archivos empieza a
and the
pensar
International Council
que
of
algo hay que hacer
Archives
con ello, ¿vale? Entonces, fruto de eso,
decided
se
they
empieza a
needed to do
crear como
something
un
with
caldo de
it.
cultivo y tiene un hito importante que es el Congreso Internacional de Archivos en Ciudad del Cabo en 2003, donde la conferencia inaugural la da nada menos que Desmond Tutu y dice esto que vemos aquí.
He said what you can see on the screen, which is essential.
Que estemos orgullosos o no, y esto lo vamos a llevar ahora a las empresas, esté bien o mal hecho, esto es nuestra historia, y esto ha sucedido y tenemos que preservarlo. Fruto de esto surge lo que entonces fue un grupo de trabajo de archivos y derechos humanos que después, desde otro congreso en Adelaida, ya se constituyó en sección. Bien. Se da la circunstancia de que al mismo tiempo que están trabajando, por un lado, los archiveros comprometidos en la defensa de los derechos humanos, ¿no? Que hay de hecho un estudio fundacional que es la gestión de archivos de los servicios de seguridad del Estado, de los desaparecidos regímenes represivos. Esto, digamos, en el ámbito de los archivos. Coincide con que, sobre todo la persona que está aquí a mi derecha y a vuestra izquierda, que es Luis Joanet, es un relator de las Naciones Unidas que le han pedido que establezca criterios para acabar con la impunidad en las violaciones de derechos humanos, y resulta que sin conversación previa ninguna dedica todo un anexo a decir que los archivos son esenciales para garantizar que no se dé esta impunidad, para que se puedan rendir cuentas, ¿no? Estas otras personas que os he puesto aquí son otros relatores que han seguido por el mismo camino. Diana Onet-Litcher, que hace una actualización de este informe para Naciones Unidas, Pablo de Graves, Albioli, todos en este marco de luchar contra la impunidad, el derecho a una nueva que se ha llamado una nueva generación de derechos humanos, que es el derecho a saber y el derecho a la verdad. Bien, si yo les pongo estas caras y alguna otra habría que poner más actualizada, a nadie le cabe duda de que hay una violación de derechos humanos, ¿no? Sin embargo, si yo pongo estos logos, yo creo la gente está haciendo así, pues también por desgracia, sabemos que amparándonos estas empresas, que muchas están situadas en un primer mundo supuestamente consolidado democráticamente con unas garantías, ejercen en países del sur global sobre todo, no solo, vamos a ver ahora unos pequeños ejemplos, violaciones sistemáticas de derechos humanos, ¿vale? Contaminaciones de medios naturales. Estos son los de las multinacionales que me estaban escuchando. Me están boicoteando. Entonces, me parece que tanto en el País Vasco como en Torrelavega habéis mencionado casos de que había habido consecuencias graves en las actuaciones, con o sin intención. Ahí ya, eso no lo tenemos que decidir nosotros, ¿no? Pero la realidad es que se atenta contra las propiedades también de los pueblos indígenas, como son empresas transnacionales, la mayoría de las que cometen estas violaciones, pues también se amparan muchas veces con la connivencia de los estados, de muchos estados corruptos, para que no vamos a engañar, ¿vale? En esos países del sur global, mano de obra esclava, un montón de criminalización de las protestas y de los movimientos sociales, etc. Este caso es, por ejemplo, le sonará, porque fue hace no tantísimos años, es el derrumbe de Rana Plaza en Bangladesh, donde trabajaban en condiciones que se demostraron pésimas 1.100 trabajadores, murieron 1.100 trabajadores en un derrumbe de un edificio con la ropa que nos vestimos. Este otro caso es parecido a lo internacional, es el colapso de la presa de Correio de Feijão en Brasil, que es propiedad de una empresa minera. Las empresas mineras suelen ser las extractivas las que mayores atentados contra los derechos humanos hacen, ¿vale? Que se rompió la presa, algo parecido, o me ha parecido entender con lo de Torrelavega, ¿no? Sepultó con 13 millones de metros cúbicos de lodo tóxico todo lo que encontró en su paso. Se pueden imaginar el estado en el que quedó las poblaciones que vivían, ¿no? Esta otra es otra que seguramente si compramos banana a día de hoy, Chiquita Brands. Chiquita Brands es una multinacional de la alimentación. Bueno, ha sido todos los casos que estoy contando, por cierto, porque siempre digo, en algún momento alguien me va a poner una denuncia. Todos están judicializados, documentados, denunciados, etc. Otra cosa es las sentencias y demás, porque luego ya sabemos cómo juega esto. Pues esta empresa multinacional lo que se dedicó es a criminalizar, asesinar y secuestrar a todos los movimientos sindicales en Colombia, que era uno de los sitios en los que y decimos, vaya, todo en el tercer mundo, buscando casos de aquí en España, que tenemos muchos. Esta noticia es del 8 de octubre. Es las condiciones lamentables en las que viven los trabajadores que recogen nuestra fruta, nuestra verdura, nuestros tomates, ¿vale? Esto en concreto es en La Rioja, esta es una foto del Ministerio entrando y había gente que estaba viviendo en régimen directamente de esclavitud, o sea, les cerraban por dentro, muchas veces en habitaciones sin ventanas, ¿vale? O sea, eran población magrebí,
They were from the Maghreb area. Well, you know how this works.
¿Qué se hace desde la sociedad en general?
So, what does society do?
Desde los estados cada vez se está haciendo más normativa. Se está haciendo más normativa. Tenemos varios ejemplos.
We have
que
different
luego,
examples.
no sé si me va a dar tiempo a contar,
I don't know if I
cuento
have
esto
enough
mejor.
time to explain them,
Mira,
but I prefer to explain this.
Reino Unido tiene una ley contra la mano de obra esclava, Alemania, Francia, desde Europa hace poco ha salido también una directiva de sostenibilidad que España tendrá que incorporar dentro de poco, ¿vale? Desde mucho antes, desde los 70, ya hay otras normas. Les pongo ejemplos, la Organización para la Cooperación y el Desarrollo Económico, la OCDE, hace las directrices sobre empresas multinacionales ya en el año 76. ¿Vale? El convenio de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo, también una relacionada con los pueblos tribales, les llaman entonces, e indígenas, es el año 89, en el que dice, por ejemplo, que
where they say that if you're going to act in a country that was previously inhabited by indigenous people with their exploitations, whatever they are,
someter a consulta de esos pueblos la intervención de la empresa. Por poner los ejemplos, ¿no?
Check with these indigenous people
esto es
the
ahora
intervention
mismo
of your company.
lo que está amparando legalmente el trabajo que está intentando hacer a nivel internacional, porque ¿cuál es la dificultad? La dificultad es que yo legislo aquí en España, y si yo tengo conocimiento de una denuncia, coge la Guardia Civil, entra ahí y los lleva, ¿vale? Pero si esa misma empresa está actuando, y empresas españolas que están actuando en países del sur global,
countries in the global
y además
south.
ya sabemos todas las trampas y todos los tejemanejes que se pueden hacer para decir, pues es una filial, no lo es, etcétera,
subsidiary, it's not.
Entonces se encargó a otro relator de las Naciones Unidas, que es este señor, no le he puesto el señor, vale, pues da igual,
George Ruggie,
que hace este documento, que son los principios rectores de las Naciones Unidas sobre
UN guiding principles on business and human rights.
No me voy a extender porque me interesa más entrar con la parte de archivo, pero digamos que lo que establece es tres pilares básicos, que son los que aquí hemos puesto, que son proteger, respetar y remediar, para luchar, ¿no?, contra esta lacra de la violación de derechos humanos por parte de las empresas.
Violation of human rights by multinational companies.
Que mientras que los otros principios que habíamos visto contra la impunidad, la no repetición, etcétera, se centran en los estados, aquí hay una parte que es de los estados, pero hay otra parte que es de las empresas, ¿vale? Y después de la propia, digamos, derechos de la ciudadanía.
Citizenship rights.
Bien.
Or citizen rights.
Como esto son los principios, viene a ser como la Constitución, ¿no? Ahora hay que aplicarlo. Para eso se crea una cosa que se llaman planes de acción nacional. Este mapa es el más reciente que he podido encontrar, que es de 2023. Seguramente haya crecido. A día de hoy me parece que son 34 los países que ya lo que hacen es coger esos principios y de qué manera concreta podemos aplicar. ¿Vale? Todo ello lleva, porque la gran crítica que se hace es que muchas de estas, ¿cómo decirlo? Como muchos de estos documentos no tienen fuerza vinculante. Entonces son una declaración, es como la Declaración de Derechos Humanos. Entonces, está bien, es verdad que en estos tiempos cuesta creer, porque yo creo que está en crisis, ¿no? Cosas que hasta hace 10 años no estaban. O sea, de algunas instituciones como la ONU, de algunos valores como la democracia. Entonces la manera de llevarlo a cabo es que se cree que lo han encargado también las Naciones Unidas, se ha hecho un grupo de trabajo desde 2014 para llegar a un tratado vinculante. Me parece que van como 4 o 5 versiones ya de este documento. Claro. Se pueden imaginar, ¿no? O sea, la dificultad, porque primero hay que hacer el documento y después con los intereses brutales que ahí operan y después tienen que corroborarlo los estados. Bien. No obstante, no hay que perder la fe. Somos unos perdedores, pero seguimos empujando en la misma dirección. Todo esto lo que me gustaría es, en este foro, igual lo entendemos mejor, pero creo que hay que hacer política también para afuera, de una parte fundamental para poder aplicar estos principios es la pata de la gestión documental. Tenemos algo ganado, que es el derecho de acceso a la información. Cada vez se incluye más en los documentos el tema de acceso a la información. Aquí ya la primera señalización que quiero hacer. La información es una cosa y la documentación, desde mi humilde punto de vista, y creo que compartiremos muchas personas aquí, es otra. La información, si yo soy Adidas y hago una campaña y cojo de aquí y de allá, o me da igual, un periodista que está investigando, coge de aquí y de allá y te vuelca una información. Pero yo digo, ¿cómo sé que esa información es veraz? Pues para eso necesito documentos, en formato papel, en formato digital, me da igual, pero documentos de archivo. ¿De acuerdo? Aquí he puesto algunos ejemplos porque dentro de esos instrumentos que no nos hemos detenido a ver uno a uno, pero sí buscando alusiones, por desgracia no hay alusiones exactamente a los documentos, como mucho sí que hay alusiones al acceso a la información. Pero sí que se puede rastrear y sí que hay documentos que una empresa debe de tener. ¿Vale? O sea, por ejemplo, si yo estoy contratando una empresa de seguridad, pues tendré que ver ese contrato. Si esa empresa de seguridad lo que hace es secuestrar a un sindicalista y desaparecerlo, pues ya es una manera, porque el hecho se ve fácil, lo que se ve difícil es el rendir cuentas y el ver, y eso se ve en el documento. Esto es lo que se estaba contando, o sea, es una parte negativa del asunto. Luego con las conclusiones, que no tardaré mucho, espero dar la positiva, ¿vale? Si una empresa ha tenido, o sea, una empresa por muy privada que sea, las consecuencias que tiene son públicas, muchas veces. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, si ha tenido un error en su actuación, los documentos están ahí para poder ofrecer reparación, son evidencias documentales. Tenemos el problema del acceso. Si tenemos el problema del acceso en las administraciones públicas, la empresa, ya hemos visto, ya se ha mencionado, la mayoría de las leyes no incluyen el tema del acceso a los archivos privados, que es en la categoría más genérica en la que entrarían las empresas. Entonces, intentando aplicar esos tres pilares de Ruggie, ¿no? De los principios Ruggie, uno, que lo primero es el deber de los Estados. Los Estados tienen el poder de legislar, tienen que establecer sistemas de archivo, tienen que apoyar a estas empresas, tienen que dotar de infraestructuras, porque es que de nada sirve tampoco hacer grandes aseveraciones si luego no se concretan. Tienen que hacer función de control. Las empresas, los principios Ruggie y el tratado vinculante que se está discutiendo tienen obligaciones también, no vale decir que son privadas. Igual que tienen, aquí lo he puesto, algunas obligatoriedad de conservar documentos según la normativa fiscal, laboral, de seguridad social, etcétera, pues de la misma manera tienen que garantizar también la accesibilidad, porque se da la paradoja de que si yo soy una víctima de una acción de una empresa, resulta que los documentos que prueban que esa empresa ha actuado mal los tiene la empresa. Es de cajón que no puede, incluido que esto también el Estado debería de preservar, la dificultad para acceder. O sea, si yo soy esta persona de las orillas del Congreso en Brasil,
coming from the shore of Congreso in Brazil, am I going to take a plane to contact lawyers, etc.? That's not possible. And then society. And someone mentioned before, I think our colleague from Torrelavega, Vanessa, mentioned this, or it was the railway archive. Yeah, that's very basic. Luchain 1984. If we don't know what's in the archive, so why do we have the archive? So the first thing to do is a publication of what they have. we need to preserve, obviously, industrial right or the commercial right, very famous private property that should be preserved, but there are many other fields to fulfill. So I'm going to conclude. I still have some minutes, so it's perfect. I skipped many things, but I wanted to tell you everything. So, as a conclusion, I wanted to say to you that that's my impression, that we all are disconnected from public authorities, from organizations. However, our profession compels us. Our role is to preserve, but also the role is to preserve, to disseminate from a cultural point of view, of course, but also in order to give people the chance to defend themselves. But also, and this is the second leg of what I'm saying, companies, we need to sell, quote unquote, to companies. It's not like saying, it's not saying whatever, but selling this for corporate identity. Social corporate responsibility is integrated more and more by companies. So social responsibility entails good document management, of course, accessibility, to be proactive in this regard. This is what we assess, and to assess things, we need archivists, and archivists to be part of the organizational chart, to say these documents cannot be seen because they are submitted to industrial property or intellectual property, but these documents can be seen, like public administration, that should have a proactive view to say, I have hired someone. We all know there are so many things and ways to go around the law, but we should not stop fighting. Archivists play a very important role, and even if I'm summoned at one point in time or sued at some point in time, we're not fighting against anyone. Human rights violations do not have any limitations of statutes of limitations. Also, that's for the states. We cannot hide things even if I behaved wrong. If I behaved wrong, I should take on responsibility. Some successful stories, I don't have time to talk about that. The CIA has historical data, and thanks to the archive, they were able to study all the human rights violations of workers in Brazil, and they were able to condemn them or convict them that they're responsible. So this is a report, this is a condemnation, this is a sentence, this is everything. So this is one of our roles we have to play, and I think it's worthwhile playing this important role. Thank you very much. Thank you, Blanca, for sticking to time. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your passion and the way you told things. This is really encouraging when we are facing such a difficult time. Let me introduce to you Carlos Salamanca. He's an architect and a PhD in social anthropology by the School of High Studies and Social Sciences of Paris. He's an independent researcher of the National Council of Scientific and Technical Council of Argentina and researcher of Geography Institute of the City of Buenos Aires. He works for the Platform Violence of the state, and he also is professor at the Mapping in Latin America Studies. And he works in space, and the relationship between space, human rights violations, and memory. He has led many projects on space, indigenous population, and violences of space, and he has been at the CSIC studying recently. He will be talking about exploration on the memory of workers in Latin America based on the relationship between memory, territory, and power. Thank you, Carlos, and you have the floor. Thank you, Uria, and I would like to thank also the organizers. And I would like to thank you for being here and for your for the interest in my presentation. I would like to start, and I'm going to read some fragments, and I'm going to show some images at the same time. For you to know me more, I was born in Colombia, but I've been working for CONICET in Argentina for more than 20 years. It's like CSIC in Spain. And this will be the basis of my presentation. When we return to democracy in Southern America, artists, academics have been working closely with the human rights movement. So we have seen the authoritarian nature of many governments and on the basis of that, and we created symbols and narrative to understand the authoritarian nature of governments, among others, and in relation to financial interests. In all the countries in South America, important sectors of society with the political and economic power not only were benefited from the authoritarianism of governments, but they were part of an engine of these movements. This critical reading of the active participation of an important sector and private companies in authoritarian governments and the different modality paved the way for us to examine the role of companies in issues such as repression of workers' movement, repression practice against workers' organization, the deployment of a clandestine violence movement, and arbitrary detentions, murders, and disappearances, among others. To sum up, many of the radical changes that happened in the world of work and their regressive condition happened within authoritarian context, and they can only be understood in this framework. The journey through which workers, academics, and trade unions did to understand the privileged position of a military government is a very important, shows many documents facing crimes of state. Due to the way it was created and how it was used, this collection is more an expanded or exploited collection instead of having documents well categorized. For you to understand better, the companies and human rights I'm going to refer to this system should be considered as an open relation and multi-placed archive with different practices and meanings. Understanding an archive with this perspective has some potential and some limitations. In the current context, where we can see a new push of capital, not only in Argentina but in other places, entails a great transformation aimed at repressing organized workers, but also to rethink about discussing and actions on job and work. But we need to draw some lessons from the past to reinforce initiatives fighting against this, and I wanted to underline that archives in this regard are called to play a major role. I'm going to talk briefly about three countries, Colombia, Brazil, and Argentina. Colombia and Brazil in a faster way, let's put it this way, and then I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on the Argentinian case. A cross-cutting look in Latin America allows us to affirm that the emergence and consolidation of workers' movement in the first part of the 20th century has some historical differences depending on the process of national consolidation, but it allows us to show that violence against workers and workers' movement was constant in all countries. And we can list, and I'm not going to do that because I don't have time, but we can see a lot of massacres and killings against workers, different nature, in different kinds of production issues. Banana plantations, cotton plantations, different kinds of plantations, mining, etc. So the Colombian scenario is deeply marked by this violence footprint. Probably you've heard the well-known the massacre of banana plantation, which is a ritual for the movement against the workers in Colombia. So in the 90s, in Colombia, many killings of trade unions happened in Colombia, according to the reports that we have, bearing the data of the International Trade Union Confederation between 1991 and 2009. 1,743 workers from trade unions were killed, and the average is 174 killings per year, so this is not minor. So the characteristics of violence against trade unions is related to the role the trade union delegates play and trade unions play in a broader context. So what is the social function that triggers violence against these workers? And we can say that violence against trade unions is historical, is instrumental, is disciplinary, meaning produces conditions for the expansion of equity, giving favors, etc. So what I would like to highlight about this process is the role workers' organizations and trade unions play to articulate, and I would like to stress this, that's why I'm talking about an expanded or exploited archive idea, is the relationship they had to academia and social movement to build truth and to build an archive, because practicing this archive building when this has developed, and this is one of the cases I wanted to show to you. Workers of the United Fruit Company bear witness to understand the nature of the violence, so what are the complicities that happened at the time and which were the effects of this complicit situation. Now, following up on that, and since the 2000s to date, different transitional justice instances happened in Colombia related to public policies due to for memory, justice, non-repetition of events to important actors. The National Center of National Memory, with the reports, each report focuses on different social subjects, and trade unions are a very important actor of this process. This is only an example, there are more, but this is part of the work they did with the trade unions that are listed here. So as you can see, is to build historical truths on the perspective of workers and what they lived, the day-to-day experience of violence. And this process of coming up with truth, they work hand in hand with the fact of how this can have a meaning in a public space. So this is an illustrated chronicle, because exhibitions or movies were done in order to build this historical truth, not only for workers, but also for Colombian society at large. So this is the archive on the move. There's a picture archive inserted in a broader archive where workers have a voice to explain the violence they went through as a result of the activities done in complicity by the state and the companies. And then the Commission for Truth, Non-Repetition and Historical Memory. We usually refer to this as the Truth Commission. The Truth Commission has been wisely and courageous enough to understand not only the armed conflict, data are debatable, but they searched the historical roots of this situation in Colombia, and together with this kind of organizations, including workers' organizations, they help us to understand enclave economy, land issues, the worker class as a political force. All this is related to the necessary element for a company, for society to understand violence that has been present for more than 50 years. Now, moving to Brazil, and the idea is to talk to you about good news, and I wanted to talk to you about the Volkswagen situation between 74 and 86, and this farm here in Brazil. And we can see some workers that were enslaved in not non-human conditions during the last military dictatorship in Brazil in the area of Pará, and some slave workers in rural and urban areas. And a great number of workers were living under inhuman conditions. Some weeks ago, a Brazilian court ordered Volkswagen to pay $30 million for a modern slavery case. So it's a victory against one of the most important car makers, and all this was done thanks to human rights organizations, thanks to the work of trade unions and their organization, and thanks to the job of academia as well. I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit later, but this has a very important previous situation. Volkswagen managed to turn things around, saying, "Oh, we will publicly ask for forgiveness," but this fortunately doesn't happen. So let's go to Argentina to see the work workers do on the street on a daily basis, and human rights organizations to document violence and the complicity between company and the state and their violence against workers. This important graph shows you the number of cars Ford gave security forces or law enforcement forces to the military without any kind of identification plate. So all those familiar with the situation in Argentina are aware of this green falcon, meaning the brand of the cars, mean. So, crimes committed against workers is well known. There is a good link between mothers and grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo and worker movements looking for peace and justice. Some researchers and some political instances mark some of the companies as memory sites, and they insist in transforming this memory site in dignity sites for workers. So all these processes in Argentina are part of public policies and the Secretariat for Human Rights. So this is publication of 2022. I'm going to show you images for you to see how archives of workers is linked to image policies that aims at conveying the spirit of the workers' movement, its democratic spirit and its transformation spirit, and how processes of justice and peace have explained the nature of this dictatorship in Argentina. What does it mean by nature? It's a dictatorship based on financial or economic forces. That is why we talked about civilian and military processes in Argentina. So this map shows you how big complicity between private companies and the authoritarian authoritarian government in fighting against workers. Workers were taking from their working sites. Companies deliver personal information to law enforcement companies of groups of the dictatorship, information about rebel groups. They were kidnapped. They kidnapped workers when they were traveling from home to their working sites. A lot of repression. So all this is being documented in the trials against Mercedes and Ford. And this publication of the Secretariat of Human Rights shows that social movement and social organization managed to make all this a public policy. This is a brief image. I cannot elaborate on that. Facing the aggression by the state of Javier Milei against workers is clearly shown in this graph to explain the dimension and the nature of the dismantling of governments that Javier Milei's government is trying to put in place, which entails a lot of complicity companies, public workers, public servants, etc. Many people are many archivists are made redundant to deactivate the role of archives as well. So many companies do not longer have memory activists because they are made redundant. So I still have 5 minutes, but as the moderator told you, I am the coordinator of an initiative called Violence in Space. Violence distracted, made, disappeared, and produced new conditions, new financial, political, territorial, spatial conditions aimed at reordering society through violence. So this platform made exhibitions in Colombia, in Argentina, in Chile, and now here. So I'm going to talk to you about it. So a partnership was created between this platform with an international network against repressive movements and against trade unions, coordinated by Victoria Basualdo, a colleague from CONICET. And we created this map of complicities between companies and authoritarian regimes, or authoritarian or violent modalities. Because, for example, I say modalities because in Colombia we never had dictatorship, but we had modes of violence accepted by the government. So we created this map of infrastructures in the Amazon that have been transformed into annihilation of indigenous populations' machine. So these are images of Itaipu, the great hydro plant in Itaipu. On the left, you can see the power plant, and we create a parody, let's say, of having workers at a high level without any kind of protection. There is a scandalous number of accidents or job accidents in Itaipu. And in the lower part, you can see Volkswagen's car, like day-to-day surveillance in the lodgings of workers. On the right on top image, you can see workers. It's small, but you can see workers of Itaipu company burning indigenous villages and congratulating each other and taking pictures with the fire of villages behind, and then the company saying there were no villages, so no compensation. So as you can see, these are part of archives of workers' organizations, archives of academics working with organizations, and a network of archives that is broadening, that faces problems to deal with not only trials, but also to explain what an authoritarian government or governments mean. So these are images of the excavation called the Economic and Military Violence in Space that was held last year in Valdivia in Chile, this gathering of researchers and this exhibition of images. And there we explain many things about workers. There's images that are part of the culture in South America and Latin America as a whole. So we aim at creating a pedagogical tool to explain the fight of workers and workers' movement for truth, justice, and peace. So these are images of a log company in Manguipuchi in the south of Chile that was owned or controlled by workers, and after Pinochet coup, they were taken away from them. So what we did was to document all the working processes and the production of log or lumber, because Pinochet did the same, producing something else through violence. So they produced new, let's say, or a rebirth nature in order to And sometimes, with this rebirth nature, they may disappear the real nature of the workers of Angipuchi. So, as you can see on the map, all the research has been done in Chile, in Brazil, in Colombia, in Argentina, in Uruguay, and Paraguay. So we are currently doing, and actually next week, we will carry out these activities. And a special issue in review is the Austral Review of Social Sciences, with a special issue on that. We held a workshop with the use of images, because the purpose is to reactivate archives, to make truth known. And we work a great deal with the link between science, art, memory, and justice to analyze corporate responsibility, or the responsibility of companies. Better put this way. Let me conclude by saying that when we talk about an open relational system of documents and symbols, these are part of the actors: states, academy, organizations, trade unions, and then the places where they are. They are on the street, on the squares, they are on strike, but they are also part of public policies. And this is probably from where the situation could be put in motion more strongly. And these are some of the practices we've been working on. These practices are all archive practice. Report, visualize, mobilize, establish partnership, and open archives for them to be more dynamic and for them to work in other dimensions of the recent past memory. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos, for your presentation and for sticking to time. I would like to highlight that this exhibition you mentioned, we tried to bring it here to Madrid, and we'll continue working on that. We have not been able to do that. It's our responsibility. We failed to do that, but we'll get it there, Carlos, because we need to work hard on that. And I think it's absolutely necessary for us to see this model. It seems that nothing happened in this country. Nobody challenged how some people got richer during our dictatorship, and some people might say, oh yeah, we had a war and that's it. So we need to reflect upon all this when we look at this wonderful example Carlos explained to us, and we need to try to take memory back. Let's continue with the next round. Mike, please. The mic is not on.
Vamos a empezar la mesa de archivos de la arquitectura. En esta mesa tenían que haber participado Alberto Sanz, que está, Isabel Martínez, del CEJO Pucedex, que por motivos de salud de última hora se disculpa, pero no ha podido asistir. Pues vamos a empezar con la presentación de Alberto Sanz. Alberto es director del Centro de Documentación de Arquitectura y coordinador del Servicio Histórico de la Fundación Arquitectura del Colegio de Arquitectos de Madrid, y así como profesor de la Escuela Técnica Superior de Arquitectura de la Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. Y le doy la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Roberto.
Thank you very much, Roberto.
Muchas gracias por asistir en este día. Voy a hacer lo más rápido posible después de lo que hemos oído.
be as brief as possible after everything we've heard. The presentation is not that interesting. I'll be speaking about the collection on industrial architecture and the official Association of Architects managed by KANBAN Foundation. The document center has two legs, the archive and the library. We're lucky to be able to do research in this space with primary sources, original archives from 75 architecture firms, more than 30,000 documents, more than 300,000 documents. Until we finish the inventory, we will know what we have. And then we have a library. So the primary sources are those, and secondary sources, we can consolidate and architectural analysis in the same space. The library is one of the main architecture libraries in Spain. You have all of its content, all the titles, number of publications. It has an online catalog, which is great. I wrote industry and company, and there were 1,300 references. So you can imagine what it has, one of the main ones in Spain. Then we have a journal, which is the oldest one in architecture in Spanish from 1918. It's 100% digitalized and uploaded. You can navigate around it and download it. We have a digital library. We have many books. All of ours have been digitalized, and many others. And then the archive, the historic service. It has two sections, research and collections and legacies on architecture.
3.500 edificios
que están
incluidos en una guía de arquitectura de Madrid, la guía KOAN, una guía emblemática, fue la primera que hubo.
It was the first one of its kind.
Ampliándola hasta 5.000 edificios con 20.000 documentos y muchísima documentación fotográfica, colección de fotografía. Tenemos colecciones de firmas de arquitectos, colecciones de biografías. De tal manera que probablemente lo que más se utilice en el servicio histórico, los fondos de industria, ahí en nuestra base de datos, que está abierta, no hace falta ser colegiado, cualquier persona puede acceder a ella. Pues hemos encontrado 366 edificios de arquitectura industrial, con lo cual imagínense ustedes lo que supone para una investigación de este tipo. Y empresas habría otros tantos.
And a similar
luego,
number
además,
for
tenemos una app
Also, we have an app
con una selección de todos estos edificios en que industrias también empresas es una gran aportación también para el conocimiento de la arquitectura madrileña. Y luego está la sección de fondos y legados. 75 archivos profesionales, 350.000 documentos catalogados, tenemos 40.000 documentos digitalizados y 24.000 volcados abiertos en nuestra web. ¿De dónde proviene esto? Pues proviene de legados. La gente dona, no sabe qué hacer con toda esta documentación, sobre todo las familias, pero también arquitectos que están todavía vivos y que han visto el servicio histórico y el Palacio de Arquitectos como el lugar mejor para preservar toda esta documentación. Las tipologías documentales que van a encontrar ustedes de empresas y de industrias son las típicas. Dibujos para los proyectos, documentación textual, fotografías, colecciones, soportes digitales, maquetas, paneles mobiliarios, instrumentos de dibujo, nuestra página web también es muy potente, la de fondos y legados, como la de la guía de arquitectura, y se puede navegar por los 75 legados que tenemos, los 75 fondos que tenemos, y se pueden hacer múltiples búsquedas, como queramos. Por ejemplo, he mirado Vázquez Molezún, tenemos 16.000 planos de este señor, están todos geolocalizados. Es decir, que hay gente que viene y dice, quiero estudiar la industria de Asturias, o quiero estudiar la industria del País Vasco. Bueno, pues eso con un clic, directamente desde casa se puede saber qué documentación hay sobre ellos. O la empresa de arquitectura de la empresa en Murcia. Pues aquí lo
company architecture in
Vamos al edificio y en el edificio
Then you go to the
aparecen
building
digitalizados, por ejemplo, en este caso,
and you
100 planos, pues los 100 planos
100
están colgados
maps
y
digitalized,
digitalizados y se puede navegar por
and
él.
you can navigate
Pues
through
tenemos
them.
134
We
edificios
have
industriales y
134
223
industrial buildings
empresariales
and
ahora mismo, o sea que estamos
223
sumando
company buildings.
357
So that would
edificios
be
dentro del
357
patrimonio que se está
buildings
estudiando en
within the
estas
heritage being studied
jornadas. Por supuesto,
in
podemos acceder
this
a ellos
conference.
sin
We
ningún
can
problema, ahí
access
están
them,
geolocalizados
no issue there,
y
they are
avanzamos hasta llegar al
geolocalized,
plano en sí.
and we
Luego
can
nos hemos
reach the map
entretenido
itself.
para los arquitectos que a las 10 de la noche ya
Then
dejan el estudio ya
this is for
desesperados. Nos hemos
architects
entretenido en hacer
that leave their office at
con
10
temas que son
p.m.
muy
We've created
candentes y muy pregnantes
microsites
dentro
with hot
de nuestro
topics
archivo. Por
in
ejemplo,
our archive.
diseño industrial de
For
arquitectos, la
example,
Torre Windsor que se quemó, como ustedes recordarán, mobiliario de
industrial
arquitectos que siempre están
design,
asociados a
Windsor
empresas,
Tower, which
a
burned,
industria
as you remember,
del mueble, perdón, apuntes de
buildings
construcción
related
de la
to
escuela, que
furniture
también tienen un gran
industry.
interés para la industria
Also
constructiva. Tenemos
notes
ASCA,
from the
un gran
school,
centro
we have
empresarial,
ASCA,
y la fábrica de café
company
Monkeys también
area,
tristemente
and Monkey
desaparecida. Y
Coffee
luego,
Factory,
además,
which also disappeared.
esto gracias a Dios no lo llevo yo,
I'm not in
hay otras
charge of
personas que lo
this,
llevan,
thank
es el
God,
archivo
that
de
other
Bisao de
people
Juan,
dealing with
40
this.
kilómetros lineales de expedientes, que dicen que el Archivo Histórico Nacional tiene 44. Tenemos unas
Kilometers
naves
of
impresionantes fuera de Madrid, muy
We
lejos,
have
porque no hay quien pague aquí
huge
una nave.
warehouses outside of
¿Y
Madrid,
qué
really
tipo de
outside of Madrid,
documentación
but
tenemos?
that's very
Pues 40
expensive.
kilómetros
What
de
kind of documents
memorias,
do
de
we have?
arquitectura,
40
estructura, construcción,
kilometers
instalaciones,
of
acabados. El
reports,
archivo de Bisao, ahí tienen ustedes
constructions, and different
la forma de
documents.
acceder a ello, los
This is how you
expedientes.
access it,
Y
the
aquí tenemos
files.
un expediente de un proyecto
And this is a
de
file
ejecución
from an
precisamente de
execution
una empresa industrial.
project from an
Y
industrial
ahí
company.
tenemos las famosas hojas verdes, que era lo
These are the
que
famous
el arquitecto adoraba,
green
porque era la firma del
papers
contrato
architects
del promotor
loved it
por el
because
edificio,
it
¿no?
was a
Las
signature by the
memorias,
developer
presupuestos
for
y
the building,
mediciones, pliegos de
reports,
condiciones, perdón, y por
budgets,
supuesto los planos. Estamos hablando de 40
building
kilómetros
specifications. So
de
40
industrias
kilometers
y empresas. Consulté con la directora y me dijo que habría unos 4
in the
kilómetros
archive.
de
And for
documentos
industry
verticales
and companies, we have
sobre
4
industrias y
kilometers.
empresas. Una cantidad ingente, la verdad.
So a lot.
Bueno, he traído alguna documentación curiosa, y ya para terminar,
I'm bringing some
sobre
interesting
industrias
documents
preindustriales
on
del siglo XIX,
pre-industrial industries, 19th
1800-1815,
century,
del
1800,
Fondo de los Reales
1815, from the
Sitios.
collection
Aquí tenemos
of
una
the
fábrica,
royal places.
casas de vacas, casas de aves. Aquí tenemos
Cowhouse, we
la
have
documentación del siglo XX.
aviary
Te pasé
houses.
otro después y este no es.
I think
Pero bueno,
it's
da igual,
not the
da igual.
latest
No
version.
pasa nada,
I
esos son los problemas del
sent
director.
another one after
No pasa
this
absolutamente
one, but
nada.
it's okay.
Por
This
ejemplo, el
happens.
fondo de Ramón Vázquez Molezún,
For
uno de los mejores
example,
que tenemos
Ramón
fábricas,
Vázquez
por ejemplo, ahí
Molezún
tenéis IBIS,
collection, we have
tienen
factories, we have IBIS,
ITT, otras fábricas. Te pasé una con
ITT.
los títulos porque yo no me
There was
acuerdo
another one with the
no pasa
titles
nada.
because I
Te
can't
lo
remember
pasé
just
ayer, no
by
pasa absolutamente nada.
seeing the
Más
image,
edificios de
but it's
oficinas de
okay.
Francisco de
So,
Asís
office
Cabrero.
buildings by Francisco de
Tenemos de
Asís
Cubillo de Arteaga,
Cabrero.
hizo unas
Cubillo de
empresas y
Arteaga.
fábricas también
He
muy
built companies
interesantes
and factories
en
that
Madrid.
were very interesting
Mariano Garrigues,
in
simplemente lo paso
Madrid,
porque
Mariano
hay una comida
Garrigues.
que están esperando justamente.
I'm going
De Antonio Perpiñán,
fast
un gran
because I know you're
arquitecto
waiting for lunch.
catalán que tenemos
Antonio
nosotros
Perpiñán,
su fondo. Sí, nosotros su
Catalan
fondo. Y
architect, we have
con
his
edificios
collection
también, sobre todo de empresas. El
company
señor trabajó
buildings.
bastante
He
en el
worked a
Paseo del
lot
Prado, el Paseo de la Castellana,
in
hay
Paseo
edificios
del Prado,
suyos
Paseo de la
de
Castellana, but two
empresariales
streets
de
in
gran
Madrid.
fuerza. Antonio Fernández Alba,
Antonio
recientemente
Fernández
fallecido,
Alba, recently deceased.
académico de Bellas Artes de San Fernando y
He
académico
was a member of the Royal Academy of Arts
de la
of
Academia
Saint
de la Lengua de
Ferdinand
España.
and a royal
Hizo
and a
edificios
member of the Royal Academy
importantísimos,
of
por ejemplo,
the
la central
Spanish language.
nuclear de Zorita, ahí le
He
tenemos
built the nuclear power plant in
mostrándola
Zorita,
uno de sus dibujos y otros edificios empresariales
some
también
drawings,
interesantes.
interesting
Javier Feducci
buildings.
trabajó para una gran empresa, para Galerías
Javier
Preciados. Prácticamente todos los Galerías Preciados,
Feducci,
para
who
Corte
worked
Inglés
for
y
Galerías
todas las oficinas
Preciados.
son de Javier Feducci.
All of its
Aquí abajo tenemos
buildings
un
and
escaparate
offices
de
were
una
built by
empresa
him.
con
You
las
see
oficinas
the
también
window
bellísimo
of a
y luego
company,
arriba
a
los
beautiful
viveros de Madrid, ahí a lo de
beautiful
Manzanares
building.
también para para una empresa asociada al Ayuntamiento de Madrid. A las y Casariego, también otros grandes arquitectos que realizaron edificios industriales y de empresa, la fábrica Monkey, un icono de la arquitectura española. Ahí tenemos el edificio Centro y el Windsor, con un patio bellísimo. Si van por la calle Orense, no dejen de pasar a verlo. Y el Windsor, que está destruido por un incendio, acuérdense ustedes, hace unos años. Juan de Haro, otro gran arquitecto muy desconocido, con una obra industrial muy interesante. Ruiz de la Prada y Lamela, otros dos grandes arquitectos. Saide Vicuña, uno de sus edificios icónicos, la perfumería Gal, en Alcalá de Henares, que está conservada maravillosamente y sorprendentemente.
Surprisingly well preserved,
cuatro obras maestras de la arquitectura española de
major works of
industria y de
Spanish
empresa.
architecture
Alas y Casariego les mandó la fábrica Monkey construir un icono publicitario en la carretera de Barajas, que era la carretera moderna en ese momento, claro, porque íbamos al aeropuerto, ¿no? Y entonces querían que pusieran una gran cafetera. Era Monkey. Pues una gran cafetera. Entonces, los arquitectos, por supuesto, hicieron caso a veces no les hacemos caso, pero en este caso hicieron caso y entonces hicieron una cafetera que la metieron en una gran caja de vidrio y la verdad es que yo recuerdo de pequeño pasar con mi padre y mi familia y recuerdo la cafetera de la Monkey porque olía muy bien.
My family and it was Monkey coffee maker and the airport smelled very well, and it's a pity it was destroyed. You see the construction system, maps and blueprints are beautiful. They learned the industrial process and they showed it in a great masterwork of Spanish architecture. Zorita's nuclear power plant. It's been demolished. Like Monkey Factory, the only remaining things are the workers' dwellings. They're impressive. They want to create a touristic center, but people don't want to go there. They've measured radioactivity, and there's more radioactivity at the center of Madrid than in Zorita. Why? Because they were really careful here. I want to go there once it's built, because these houses are beautiful. Provident, which still exists, is Castellana-Wagen right now, but it used to be Provident. It's a well-designed building with perfect industrial design and neutral casing, which is beautiful.
Ya hablamos de empresas de gran tamaño, ¿no? Antonio Perpiñá ganó el concurso de Azca en el 56-57. No se construyó tal cual, pero la idea era una supermanzana sin tráfico viario. El tráfico, ya saben ustedes, va a pasar por debajo, y unos grandes jardines con grandes edificios empresariales. Y el propio Azca, el edificio Windsor, uno de los mejores rascacielos de la arquitectura madrileña, que tristemente se quemó. Casariego había fallecido, pero Alas pidió a sus hijos que le llevaran a ver cómo se quemaba su obra maestra. No quisieron, pero él se cogió un taxi. Dijo, yo lo veo. Tristísimo la historia de nuestra arquitectura empresarial. Y uno último que sí existe, por eso lo digo, porque es una fiesta. Bajen ustedes
and
a ver
another
el
one which still exists, Banco Pastor by Corrales and Molezun.
El zócalo de granito es una obra maestra de la escultura moderna y el edificio en sí es una gran belleza. Y termino. Las escuelas Pías de San Antonio, donde estamos, la sede del Centro de Documentación de Arquitectura COAM, están invitados, está completamente abierto, no hay que ser colegiado, puede ir cualquier persona. Hablando antes del problema de acceder a los archivos de empresas, aquí no hay ningún problema, o sea, nosotros somos transparentes, el arquitecto muestra, es público, con lo cual no hay ningún
Architects are public, they show what they do, so no issue there.
Muchas gracias, Alberto.
Thank you very much, Alberto. Please drink some water.
Es decir, te quería preguntar, los 40 kilómetros, en la nave de 40 kilómetros, ¿se iba a expurgar expedientes de...? Recuerdo hace unos años...
I remember that some years ago they mentioned some purges.
de expurga, porque claro, De esos 40
Years ago, there was a
40 kilómetros,
project
perdón, pues hay muchas ITES, muchos documentos, informes que no sirven, entre comillas, para
documents,
nada,
because in
se
these 40
digitalizan
kilometers there are many
y
documents
ya
that are
está. Lo que
more or less
queremos
useless.
conservar,
You can
evidentemente,
digitalize them and
es
that's
la
it.
documentación,
We
conservar
want to
todo.
preserve
Pero quiero decir
everything, but
físicamente los
physically
planos,
we
o sea,
want
donde
to
está la
keep
documentación,
the blueprints,
sobre todo de la arquitectura, ¿no? Lo que puede
architectural
interesar.
documents.
O sea,
That could be
escanear
interesting.
A4 es bastante más barato que escanear
It's
A0,
cheaper
¿no? O
to
sea,
scan A4 than
Para los
A0.
archiveros es un poco complicado el tema de tirar.
Sí, no, yo soy,
Well, it's
yo soy
complicated
anti tirar nada.
Los haces purgo.
throw away
Sí, hay que
things.
limpiar, claro.
But we need to
El
clean. I'm
colegio
against
exige
throwing
9
things
proyectos
away.
visados en esa época. Entonces, claro, el arquitecto puede tener 4, entonces nos quedamos con 1. Claro,
We
evidentemente.
just keep one
Muchísimas gracias.
file,
Gracias,
but
Roberto.
architects have
Ahora, a
several.
los que nos vamos a quedar a comer,
So those of
os
you
pido que
who are
vayamos
staying here,
bajando
we're going to go
a la
downstairs
terraza de la cafetería
to
para ir
the
comiendo.
cafeteria terrace
Es
to
que nos
start at
ponen un
lunch.
poco de que tenemos que ir un poco ágiles.
We
Muchas
need
gracias.
to go fast.